Good evening. The time is now 5:02. The Warwick Finance Committee is open. A few announcements to start us off, please. First of all, I'd like to start off by saying, let me do the acceptance of the minutes first. If I may have an acceptance of the minutes for the May 8th meeting.
So moved.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Thank you. So just for the participants, members of the council, and for participants to know, in the Finance Committee, PCR 24-23, formerly bid 2023-088, repairs to engine 13. I'll put this out now. That has been requested to hold. I just want to put this out, so what we'll do is I'll go ahead and call for a motion on the minutes, and then I'll request a motion from this committee to hold until June 26th. May I have a motion to accept the minutes from the Warwick Finance Committee for May 8th, 2023?
So moved.
Second. All in favor? Aye. As I mentioned, PCR 24-23, that is repairs to engine 13. The administration has requested we hold until June 26th. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public? Thank you. May I have a motion?
Motion to hold till June 26th.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you all so much. We now go into the bid packet. PCR 59-23, bid 2023-458, engineering services service during construction for Lincoln Avenue Pipeline Rehabilitation, Contract 1. Good evening, Director. Please identify name, title, and department.
Good evening. Terry DiPetrello, Chief of the Water Division.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
Chairman,
sir.
right behind you. Just real quick, before we start the meeting, I believe we were going to make note that we realize there's a large bid docket this evening, but we're going to work with the administration, and we're not going to be seeing these large numbers going forward. We're going to, they're caught up now, so we're going to make sure that the departments get their things into the council on time, and so we won't have these large bid packages going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate you mentioning that. I was going to announce it a couple times during the meeting, but thank you. Director, thank you.
The Water Division is requesting an exemption to notice to engage in services with Stanton Consulting Engineering during the construction of the Lincoln Pipeline Rehabilitation Project. That's the line that runs under the Tuxet River, Route 37, 95, back on the Route 37 to Lincoln Avenue, for the amount of to spend up to $411,000.
Questions from members of this committee? Questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaw.
I'm just waiting until the airplane passes over. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, I just want to put on the record the conversation that you and I had just a few minutes ago regarding the bid request, $411,000. The discussion was about the hours, and you had indicated to me that this is assuming 700 total hours involved in doing this work. However, we will only be charged as the hours occur.
That's correct.
It's not going to be $411,000 whether they put in 600 hours or 700 hours.
Correct.
Correct. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Is there anyone else from the council that would like to ask any questions or address? Is there anyone from members of the public? Any questions, comments from members of the public? Thank you. Thank you, Director. Item number 2 is bid 2024-053, network and fiber connectivity.
Good evening.
Thank you.
This is Phil Carlucci. I'm the MIS Director. This is a request under City Ordinance 56-6 to award $285,000 to Cox Communications, Inc. and FiberTech Holding, also known as Crown Castle, to cover services July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2024. This covers our networking for the entire city. There's a breakdown of the money below. What I really wanted to point out on this is at our current standard pricing. One of the projects that you're all aware of that we have approval on, at least going forward with the bid piece of it, we're looking to reduce our monthly charge. Right now it runs just over 20 grand. We're hoping to spend ARPA funding up front for fiber connections during the year at our major locations. That will cut the operating costs probably between 50, I don't want to be too optimistic, but between 50 and 75%. So we're asking for the money because we're just at the point where we've received the bids. We're evaluating them. Don't care to discuss too much about them in detail because the bidders have not been informed, but I can tell you that they're looking to be very favorable. Now we have to make the plan that we're going to actually enact them, run the fiber to these various locations, and be able to cancel these services as we cut over to the new service.
Thank you, Director. Are there any questions for members of the committee? Councilman Gebhardt.
You don't have to do it right this second, but if you're able to quantify for us the anticipated savings prospectively, that'd be helpful because obviously we get a lot of questions about the way the city's using ARPA funds and whether they're one-time in nature or set us up for the long term. This seems like another clear example of one that sets us up for the long term and reduces the operating budget. So I think it's good to have these in our back pocket when folks have questions.
I'd be happy to get you the numbers we're seeing in the bids. Probably tomorrow be able to pull out what those numbers are. But I can tell you that right now that project looks to have about a 3-year payback.
Okay, great. Thank you. And sorry, a 3-year payback and a lifespan of
10 years.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions from members of the committee? Questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you, Chairman. Hi, Director.
Hello, sir.
I don't know if you can hear it or not, but we get this humming noise going on in the background.
As soon as I'm done, I'm going to turn down the volume a little bit.
You say over here that it represents an approximate 4% increase over previous year's invoice. Are you finding that's pretty much the norm, more or less of what's going on in the technology industry?
I think you may be looking at, I don't think.
I'm sorry, yeah, you're right. I'm looking at the next one.
I'm going to answer your question for you. Okay. Actually, 4% is on the low end, and I'll explain how we got, part of that through there. Okay. But it varies by technology. Software usually runs about a 10% increase per year. We have some that don't increase at all, others that increase 18%, but it averages out to about a 10% increase each year. From a communications and networking standpoint,
okay,
we were able to reduce some of the locations, so this actually went down this year from 2023.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Councilman. Questions from members of the council? Questions, comments from members of the public? Questions, comments from members of the public? Thank you. We'll move on to item number 3, bid 2024-049, municipal support and licensing update. Director?
Phil Carlucci, MIS Director. This is a request under City Ordinance 56-6, exception to bid to award Munis software maintenance to Tyler Technologies in the amount of $250,215.81. Munis, as I'm sure you all know, is the financial systems that the city uses for its financial backends, payroll, human resources, so on and so forth, or purchasing and things like that. This does represent a smaller increase, but that increase, I want to be very careful there because there were some modules that were paid for out of a capital for its first year when we bought it, and now they're going on to maintenance. So it's not necessarily 100% apples to apples. Munis charges their maintenance fee schedule by the module. So purchasing could go up this much and the general ledger could go up that much. It all balances out over time.
Thank you, Director. Questions from members of this committee? Councilman Gebhardt.
Just looking at this, these are all module-based pricing, not user seat driven.
Correct.
Okay, got it. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the council? Comments from members of the public? Members of the public? Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Director, I'm just going to request the committee do a quick, no more than 5-minute recess. If you could come take care of the electric. Request for a 5-minute recess. Thank you. All in favor? Aye. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the Warwick Finance Committee, the director did some work. So we're getting ready to go back at it. Thank you, everyone. We do apologize about the interruption. Item number 4 is bid 2023-459, State Street Pump Station and Water System Integration Control. Good evening, Director.
Good evening, Terry DiPetrillo, Chief of the Water Division. The Water Division is requesting an exception to notice to engage in services with Beta Group Engineering for the State Street Pump Station and the integration of IC control. Basically, the IC control is the SCADA system. The existing INC control for the water distribution system was installed in 1997 with limited improvements. Since Ari Erickson, the original vendor who had installed the system, has indicated that several of the critical components are no longer manufactured. Thus, any improvements completed at the State Street Water Booster Station will require a system-wide upgrade due to the existing and new equipment being incompatible. So this station was built in 1939 with basically no improvements up until a couple of years ago. We replaced some OS and Y valves ourselves. But these pumps are going back to 1939. In some of the housings, they're starting to rot and they can't be replaced. So Beta Engineering is going to do a design to redo all the pumps, remove some electrical motors that we have in there, bring it up to the 21st century. This is it's an important part of, it's the only pump station we have in the city. The rest of the city is gravity fed. The elevation at Warwick Neck is higher than our tanks on Boulder Hill Road and higher than the Situate Reservoir. So it's critical for that neighborhood to, have this pump station updated.
Thank you, Director. I just have one quick, you said earlier in your statement that when was the State Street, how old is the equipment we're speaking of?
1939.
Wow. Thank you. Are there any questions from members of this committee? Questions from members of the council? Comments from members of the public? Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Bid number 5, bid 2024-034 Alpha, medical supplies and equipment. This is found on page 26.
Good evening. Jason Umbenhauer, Assistant Chief of the Fire Department.
Good evening, Chief.
Fire Department's recommending that bid for medical supplies and equipment, bid 2024-034, be awarded to Boundtree Medical of Dublin, Ohio. They submitted the lowest pricing on most of the items specified. This is a one-year bid for an amount not to exceed $80,000.
Chief, I'm looking at your packet. May I ask why it's almost 100 pages?
So there's a lot of items. At one time, we had thought about doing a blanket percentage off list. But when it comes to medical supplies, each of the manufacturers give different discounts based on the quantity of use. So we found that over the years, we found that to put a large item list, there's like 300 items on this, together, we got a lot better pricing than if we just did a blanket percentage off their list pricing. And there was 7 vendors, so that's pricing from 7 different vendors.
There were 7 what, please?
There were 7 total bidders,
Yes.
and there's 300 and some items each. So when they calculated the spreadsheet printed out in a very large amount of pages.
Okay, so this final that the price, do the price vary? The prices, do they vary with all the vendors on every item, or does this one company beat every item?
In almost
In
all the
price.
items, Boundtree Medical is the lowest vendor. Our EMS chief went through each of the items to make sure they qualified, and he found that most of the items, Boundtree, who has won this award, probably over the last at least 10 years that I've been here. They are always the most aggressive pricing for the fire department. They've always been a great vendor of ours. McKesson also bid most of the items. They weren't as aggressive on their pricing. And the other 5 vendors only bid a couple of different items that were specific to them.
Thank you. Questions from members of this committee? Questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaur.
Thank you, Chairman. Hi, Chief.
Good evening.
Chief, are you familiar with, we'll call it the kind of unwritten guidance that we have regarding these types of bids? And it goes back to probably 2016 when we had requested numerous times that when you go out for bids, that you just give 20, 25 items max to the vendors for pricing. Because in the past, that wasn't happening. And quite frankly, I'm particularly annoyed that I'm looking at 94 pages of bids times the quantity of bidders. And it particularly annoys me that I'm expected to go through some 2,300 or 2,400 numbers for a 13-cent item. I think this was totally unnecessary to hit us with all of these items, in addition to the labor to put it together, the cost of the paper, the cost of the ink, and forgive me, but somehow I think I just got poked. And I completely disagree with your suggestion of awarding it all to Boundtree Medical, because I'm sure it's no surprise to anyone that I did manage to get through the majority of these bids. And in here, you state that there's the majority of these numbers, or the lion's share, whatever the word was, Boundtree is the cheapest. Well, in the time I spent on this, just this one item, I found at least 40 items that were cheaper with the other vendors. Some of them substantially cheaper. In addition to that, what I found out is that some of these numbers don't even make sense, because you have some of these items, and we can stay here for the next 10 minutes or more, depending upon how people feel. Some of these items, Chief, Boundtree Medical is showing, as an example, a few dollars. The same item with Stryker or McKesson or Mercedes is like $400. The discrepancy is so significant, but yet they're stipulating the same product. And that makes no sense to me. And then when I see some of the numbers that are repetitive but different in here, it just says to me, or it makes me ask the question, who reviews these documents? Who reviews all of these numbers? Who takes the 3 or 4 hours that I spent going through this to see where these things are? Does anybody do that? Or do we just get all this stuff and then, run away with it? I see things in here that says, as an example, in Boundtree Medical, number 317, there is an item here that says each $284.57. But then when you look at Mercedes, they're showing something in there that says 6 cases. But how many in a case? I have no idea, because it doesn't tell us how many in a case. In McKesson, item number 6 and 7, it seems to be the same thing, but it looks as though there's a reversal in numbers. One item shows at $9.72, and then the item right below it shows it at 97 cents. As I'm trying to wrap my arms around what does it mean, my question is there an error in those numbers? Item 15 with McKesson, or McKesson, however you pronounce it, it's showing 10 per box for $77.72. Is that per box or is that per item? And there's others in here similar to that, which are even more questionable because the numbers are a bit smaller. So I see a lot of things in here that mathematically these things just don't seem to be adding up. And I was wondering if you have any explanation for that or any reasoning for it, or should this be something that perhaps you may want to take back to the station and have somebody do a little closer analysis on these numbers to see where these discrepancies are coming from, or how many in a box? Is it 10 in a box, or is it 10 packages in a box? Because there's those type of things that occur through this as well. And it's just very, very difficult to sit here and try to analyze and digest all of these numbers when things don't add up, and when I find so many items that are less from other vendors. Now, one might fall back and say, well, before you were screaming that you wanted to have one vendor. Yeah, that's right. Back in 2016 and 17 and 18, we sure were. But over the last few years, the COVID years, and you've heard me talk about it numerous times on the mic, I supported DPW, I supported the water department, I supported you guys and the police department as well for multiple bidders, MIS, because I understand what's going on in the business world. But in this case, I can't support just giving a carte blanche to this Boundtree Medical when there are so many lower bids from other vendors, and some of them significantly lower. It just doesn't make any sense. So the floor is yours, Chief.
So the EMS chief looks at over all these bids. So this bid package that you have in front of you is not put together by the fire department. This is put together by the purchasing department.
It's put together by who?
The purchasing department is responsible for the bid
So the
minutes.
purchasing department put this bid together.
Correct.
The
No,
fire
not the
department
bid.
had- The fire department had nothing to do with it.
Not the bid. The bid minutes that you see in front of you with the pricing from each of the vendors, the purchasing department puts together, not the fire department. So they take all the bids that come in to purchasing after they open them, and they put all of the results of the bid on a paper in bid minutes, and that's what you guys have in your package. So
No,
the 90-some pages were not from the fire department, that's from the purchasing department.
Chief, who put together the 368 items on this bid? Was it the fire department or was it the purchasing?
The fire department did, and like I explained to the chairman earlier, we find that it's much more financially economical to actually itemize this. We tried, once upon a time, we tried doing a blanket percentage off list, but all the different medical manufacturers give different discounts. So we found out that when we tried to do that, that the prices were much higher than if we actually had them itemize each of the medical supplies and equipment that we actually use on a day-to-day basis. And we found out that we were getting much better price in that way. So we've had a 300 item bid for this since I was the EMS chief back in 2014. That's the way that this bid has always been. And we always find that we get the best price in this way. And even the vendor will tell you, you get better pricing if you tell me exactly what item you're going to buy, because then I can go to the manufacturer and get the best discount I can get from them. If you just say, give me a percentage off everything in your catalog, he's like, I'm just going to give you a blanket 5%. And you may get 30% from one vendor otherwise. So that's the reason we do it. The bid minutes are made by purchasing, so what you've seen in your bid package is not the result of the fire department's analysis of it. It's the analysis. It's the bid results that are tabulated together and put in on a paper for you. So my EMS chief takes all those numbers, takes all those bids, and tabulates them up. He matches price per each, price per quantity of 10. He finds the items that are incorrect or mispriced, and he does a comparison, and he makes a recommendation to me as to which vendor he thinks has the lowest price on most of the items. And his recommendation was Boundary Medical.
So these bids don't have any percentage of discounts. It's all net amounts. But I think you bring up a good point with regard to who's responsible for 94 pages, almost 2,400 sets of numbers that we're expected to go through. Is purchasing here? I'd like to hear from purchasing.
Councilman Aaron Mackesy, Deputy Chief of Staff to the Mayor. The purchasing director had a family emergency, unable to be here today, and will be out for the rest of the week. If it's a specific question, we can call them on their cell phone and get you an answer, but can't guarantee we'll have it tonight.
So there's no one else here from the purchasing department?
We have the finance director, but aside
Okay.
from that, no.
Okay. Well, the question is, how is it we end up with, or why did we get all of these numbers? And we're expected to go through it. So Chief, my question to you is, being that, and I'll be happy to show you these numbers right now, where there are somewhere in the vicinity of 40 items that are more competitive. You were talking, and rightfully so, talking about getting the best numbers, getting the cheapest price for the taxpayers, and that's what we all want. So with that said, now with me informing you that there is about 40 items here, and it could be more, could be less. I don't have the exact page items right in front of me. I do have a lot of them highlighted off. Would you have any objection to listing the four entities, which is Boundtree, McKinson, Mercedes, and Stryker, as potential vendors? And you would purchase whatever respective items that you need to purchase from the best price you can get. This is what the other departments have been doing quite well over the last couple of COVID years. Would you have any objections to amending this to include McKesson, Mercedes, and Stryker?
My answer would be the same as it was in previous years. I have no objection to two different vendors, but the procurement process of these medical supplies happens on a every day, every couple day basis, where we're ordering stuff as it's getting used in the field, and we're getting replenished in these supplies. Trying to pick from 4 different vendors is very tedious to try to go through this list every single time and then place 4 different orders with 4 different vendors several times a week, and that creates a lot of paperwork and that's a lot of things. If you want to pick 2 that you think encompass the majority of it, probably McKesson would probably be the closest to Boundtree. And price-wise, I have no objection to adding a vendor and using their pricing for particular items. But again, I go off the recommendation of the EMS chief. He's got a lot of things that he's looked at this bid that I don't necessarily have with me right now, but I can find out for you. If you give me a list of those specific items that you're concerned with, that the pricing is significantly different, I can definitely look into it. And it might be in the instance you gave where one was $9, the other was $93. My guess is they wrote each, they meant buy the box of 10. That's my guess, but I didn't write the bid minutes.
Well, some of them are not significant, and some of them are significant. The point of the matter is there's a lot of them that are more economical from other vendors. Now, I know DPW, they have multitudes of vendors, particularly for their OEM parts, and this is something that we have our conversations all the time. The same thing with the water department. And they seem to be doing pretty well with using multiple vendors. And I don't see why you can't do the same thing. If we're talking about something that is a couple of pennies difference, no. But if you're talking about something that, is in the hundreds of dollars or in some cases more, then yeah, I would expect you to do that.
Councilman,
Oh, sorry, Chief, go ahead.
I understand your concerns, but it goes a lot further than that. And if you could give me the specifics on those items, I could look into them and I could give you our determination on it. A lot of times what these bidders do is they don't have a product that meets the specifications. They just throw the next available product in there that may not meet the specification. So more than likely in a lot of them, they either interpreted the item description wrong. They put an item in there that that they had that could meet the specification. Even sometimes what they'll do is they'll put a high case quantity on there, something we use 1 or 2 of in a year, and they'll throw a case of 100 at us. We don't need 100 of them. We need 1 or 2. So
Thank you, Chief. I have to interject and give other council members the opportunity. Councilwoman Travis.
Yes, hi, Chief. Is there a reason this is a 1-year bid?
because the prices on these medical supplies fluctuate very drastically. Actually, a lot of our vendors are recommending like a 6-month bid because it's very hard for them to project, especially in these times, a year out from now. And even actually, most of the time, it's more than like 15 months because this bid doesn't even go effect until July, the end of July. So they're trying to predict pricing for July, the end of July of 2024, because they have to, once they sign the contract, they have to hold to this pricing. So nobody, for as far as these type of supplies go, is going to go for more than a year bid. Services maybe can go for longer because that's more stable. But as far as medical supplies go, it's the price fluctuates very dramatically, especially right now.
So we'll have to do this again next year. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Ricks.
So I can imagine how much work it was to put this whole packet together. And I do think that that is, in general, the better approach for the reasons that you said. If it's better to give all of the vendors the list of the 350 different parts, and that's what gets us the lowest bids, then I'm all for it. I do think that Councilman Lattiser has some legitimate points when it comes to the formatting of the packet. And I do understand that part of all of this is having to do with the City Council's usual procedures and how we typically ask for all of the paper copies. And yeah, this is a situation that doesn't really lend itself towards paper copies. It would be a lot simpler with an Excel sheet, but that's really not something that you have any control over. That's something that we members of the city council can have a discussion with the administration on, because I know that it was, from what you stated, the purchasing department that put this all together. I feel like a relatively easy solution here would involve more of a change to the formatting of this, so that if the city council were to have received an Excel spreadsheet that's searchable, as opposed to thumbing through the 90 plus pages of all of these different items, then it would be really easy for us to just search by the particular item, pop that into the search, click enter a few times, and just quickly browse through all of the different vendors, as opposed to flipping through all of these pages and trying to physically locate it all. I think that, a similar system there could also make it simpler for the department when it comes to resupplying, in order to use that type of formatting to quickly locate, okay, this is the respective vendor who's on the list for that piece, cut down for administration time on reordering. I know it's not the same thing, but I feel like there are ways that just changing some of the formatting and accessibility of all of this can improve. And I think that that's a good conversation for a later time. With everything as it is being presented to us right now, I do think that that more balanced approach of having two vendors for those respective parts would satisfy the city's goals of saving money, as well as limiting the total amount of time, because I can understand how administratively trying to sort out through those 4 different vendors may take some significant time, although I think that there are ways to change the formatting and such to make it really easy to just be able to go through that list and to streamline those processes. So I do want to make sure to thank you again for you and your department doing your due diligence, going through those 350 items instead of just sending out a request for flat percentage off, because at the end of the day, if that's the approach, even if it's taking a little bit more time to save the city many thousands of dollars, then it's worth it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Further questions from members of the council? Questions, comments from members of the public? Councilman Lattisaur.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it's interesting to hear that there's some positive feelings about having all of these bids, but it's interesting to see that I'm the one that had to come up with the math to do all this. So, Chief, one of the items...
Councilman, I'm so sorry, if I may. We gave you a lot of leniency. We gave you 15 minutes because we understand the depth of the packet. We went through the council, we went through the committee, we're ready to go to the public.
Well, would you like to hear about one item that's $250 less? Just one item, Mr. Chairman? And that's what I was getting to right now with the chief. 3 particular items. We're not talking 20-cent difference here. We're talking 15, 20, 30% difference. That's a difference.
I understand, and so I'll before you ask the question, I'll pose a question to the chief. Chief, the councilman wants to extend the time on the conversation and the questions. Did you receive a call from the councilman at any time seeking any information on this bid packet?
No, he didn't.
Okay, then I think that
And
we're
I'm
ready to
asking a
move on.
question now. Isn't this a public forum right here?
It
Isn't this the
absolutely
city
is.
council?
It absolutely is.
Isn't
It is
this
a
the
public,
legislative
I'm going to
branch
answer
of
your
government?
question, Councilman.
So I'm
It is
asking
a,
the question.
Councilman, I'm going to answer your question. It is a public forum. It is the city council. We received our packets early. If there are major issues that you feel that have to be addressed, they can be addressed and then brought up in this public forum, but you can find out the answers to your questions and then rehash them here in the public forum. But with the amount of packet bids we have in this packet, and after this committee, which makes the recommendation to this council, made our phone calls and did our job, I say again that we have the rules in place so that we value the time of this committee, the time of this council, and the time of the citizens, and the time of the administration, so that we can keep this meeting moving along. That's why we get our packets prior to this meeting. That's why I got my packet last week, and I had the days to go ahead and study through it. So I understand, your concern on this, but this committee has allotted you 15 minutes to go ahead and ask those questions, understanding this was a large packet. And you asked great questions, but we just went through it, and now I'm asking the public.
Well,
And we're-
Mr. Chairman,
Yep.
as I've said before, you and me, we've had this conversation. We'll continue to have it as long as I'm serving on this council and you are. You choose to do your job as an elected official as you so please. I choose to do mine the way I choose.
Mhm.
And
All right,
there's
thank
no
you. Thank you,
laws
Councilman.
that say I have to make
We're moving
any
on.
phone
Thank you very
call to
much.
anybody.
Mr. Chairman, go ahead.
And all this argument that we've been doing,
So,
I could have asked the
so-
questions right at the beginning.
I'm not arguing. I'm
Mr.
giving you-
Chairman, if we could just move to the next item, please.
Yes, Mr. President, but I would like to finish with this statement. I refuse to argue with a colleague. I am, however, going to run this committee and respect the timeframes that are set forward from when the rules. Are there any questions from members of the public, members of or comments from members of the public? Thank you. The next item is bid 2024-051, computer hardware. Oh, my correction, 2024-040, post-type fire hydrants. Good evening, Director. Please identify and the department and title.
Terry DiPetrello, Chief of the Water Division. The Water Division received 4 bids for post-type fire hydrants, and I recommend that the vendors listed, John Holy, Ferguson, Cormain, and Warwick Water. We will order items submitted for this bid. Items will be chosen based on the lowest qualified bidder. The current contract bid expires June 30th, 2023. The new contract period will be July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2024. All items will be ordered on a needed basis. And I'm sorry, that's for $65,000.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members of this committee? Questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Because you cut me off on the last one, I wanted to request a PCR on 2024-034A.
Councilman, I am going to refer to the solicitor on this, but my opinion on that is I did not cut you off. I gave you 15 minutes, and we had a discussion afterwards. You could have requested that prior. So as far as I'm concerned, we moved on to the next bid. Solicitor?
Please assign a PCR.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
At any time, if it's requested prior to passage, we can assign a PCR.
Thank you,
item.
then we will
So
do that.
We went through a discussion on it. We'll assign a PCR on it. The committee can make its recommendation.
I need you to speak into the microphone. I can't hear you.
A request has been made for a PCR. We've concluded discussion on it. It would be appropriate at this time, 1, for the clerk to assign the PCR, and 2, for the committee to make its recommendation to the full council.
Thank you. Follow-up question. We're now on bid 2024-040. May I finish this bid and go back to the request for a PCR?
It's your prerogative on which to do in which order.
Thank you. Councilman, so we will assign that a PCR. I'm just going to finish this bid.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions from members of the council on bid 2024-040? Are there any questions or comments from members of the public? Bid 2024-040. Thank you. Thank you, Director. We will now go back to bid 2024-034 Alpha Medical Supplies and Equipment. The request for a PCR was made by Councilman Lattiser. City Clerk?
PCR 6123.
It'll be now PCR 61-23. Bid 2024-034 Alpha will now be PCR 61-23. Solicitor, do we vote on that now or do we wait? Okay, thank you. May I have a recommendation on PCR 61-23?
Favorable action.
Second.
I have a motion for favorable. I have a second. All in favor? Aye. Thank you. Next will be bid 2024-051, computer hardware and related equipment. Good evening, Director. Please identify and title and name.
Phil Carlucci, MIS Director. This is a request under City Ordinance 56-6, exception to bid for workstations, laptops, tablets, printers, copiers, and computer peripherals in the amount not to exceed $50,000. This will be covering our July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2024 normal replacement schedule. I know we've discussed it before, but just to remind everyone the methodology we use on this, because it would be technically impossible for us to go out to bid for specifics that we're looking for at any given time, a set of laptops or a set of desktops that we were going to replace. By the time we were to go through the bid process, the supply chain could have dried up, models could have changed, and we'd be in a constant set of coming back. So what we do is kind of a mini bid each purchase. So when we group a department that's going to have a replacement, we need 20 desktops at certain specifications. We will actually go out to the approved vendor list and send them the specifications and say, please provide us availability and cost. We then pick availability within reason, but mostly on cost. We'll pick the lowest bidder at that time and give them the purchase order in a timely fashion. So the methodology has been working out for us over the last few years. We've tried it. We've been able to get favorable pricing. And to Councilman Lattiser's earlier question about technology, if there's anything that is remains very unstable from the pandemic days, it's the desktop, laptop, peripherals. The supply chains on these things have still not recovered fully, and cost variances are across the board.
Thank you, Director. Questions, comments from members of the committee? Questions, comments from members of the council? Are there any questions, comments from members of the public? Questions, comments from members of the public? Thank you. At this time,
Thank you.
Thank you, Director. At this time, I will go through the committee, the council, then the public. If there's any items on this bid package that they would like to pull and discuss within this committee. Thank you. I'll give everyone a moment. I know it's a thick package. I'll give the committee a moment. You got it. Councilman Gebhardt requests item number 18, 2024-041, police radio tower rental. That is found on page 232. I'm sorry? Yeah. You have any more? No. Oh, okay. Is there any items that members of the council, Council President McAllister?
Thank you. I'd like to pull 2023-451.
Item number, please, Mr. President.
451, which is number 27.
Thank you. That is 2023-451, fabrication and delivery of welcome signs.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Are there any items that members of the council would like to pull from the bid for discussion? Councilman Lattisaur.
Item number 10, universal green fluorine free foam, found on page 165.
2023-436, page 165, Councilman Lattisaur.
Correct. I have others too when you're ready.
Oh, yeah, I'm ready. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I was giving you a chance to look.
Item number 11, 2024-048, fire and police annual licenses, found on page 168.
Thank you.
Item number 12, e-permitting, found on page 174. That's 2024-056.
Thank you.
Item number 15, 2024-052, found on page 194.
Fiber circuits for citywide network.
Yes.
Got it. Thank you.
And item number 20, 2023-431, found on page 267.
Item number 20, 2023-431, OEM parts for Mercury Marine Motors, found on page 267.
Correct.
Thank you.
Item 23, 2024-059, Life Pack 15 monitor service, found on page 381.
Thank you.
And item number 25, 2024-060, marine boat diesel fuel, found on page 389.
Thank you. All set, Councilman?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I would like to just discuss item number 28, 2024-037, Warwick Police Youth Leadership Camp. Yep, yep. Councilman Ricks?
To briefly add to the list, I would be interested in pulling items for discussion numbers 21 and 22, which are 2024-033A and B.
So medications for emergency medical services and 2024-034 Bravo, medical supplies and equipment.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further? Are there any items members of the public would like to have discussed? Are there any items from the bid package members of the public? Thank you. And so tradition, we'll just continue going in the order of the bids through the item number. So we will start at item number 10. That is 2023-436, Universal Green Fluorine Free Foam. Say that fast 3 times. That is requested by Councilman Lattisaur. Chief, if you wouldn't mind just doing the identification.
Jason Umbenhauer, Assistant Chief of the Fire Department.
Thank you, Chief. This is found on page 165. Councilman Lattisaur, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. Chief, on the list of the items, how many of each of these items are you purchasing? It says National Foam, Universal Green Foam. The first one is 330-gallon tote. Is that for one 330-gallon tote, or what is a 330-gallon tote?
It's 330-gallon tote. That's for one, and that we plan on purchasing 2. That is to replace foam that we used in an incident in Cranston last calendar year. So that money has been reimbursed by the city of Cranston to the city of Warwick, and we have to purchase that foam to replace what we used in their city.
So these unit prices that I see, is that per?
Yes.
Okay.
330 gallons of foam is $16,000.
And you said that CNS Specialties didn't meet the specs, but I don't see a copy of the specs that you proposed in the package. Had you sent them off to purchasing?
Purchasing has the specifications. They put it out to bid, yes.
Mr. Chairman, I don't see any specs in my package. I don't know if you have them in yours or not. I think it's important that we receive all of the documents that are necessary for us to analyze this. So I don't see them here.
Oh,
Chief, what is, it says that CNS Specialties submitted a bid, excuse me, for foam that is not alcohol resistant, therefore it does not meet the specifications of the State Foam Task Force, but should meet the needs of the fire department for everyday foam operations. Could you elaborate on that
Sure.
statement?
So the city of Warwick is part of a statewide foam task force, which is designated primarily to the Port of Providence. The hazards that the foam is primarily used for there include alcohol-based hazardous materials. And the foam that we need to use for that task force, which is what those 330-gallon totes are for. They're for a foam trailer that carries 330 gallons with a turret. Those are required to be alcohol resistant, which means when they're placed on an alcohol fueled fire, there's a limited amount of time which they are required to, the foam is required to cover before it breaks down. So the state requires us to use foam that is very specific to their recommendations. We also carry foam on our engine companies for lesser type fires like electrical fires, lithium ion, battery fires, and petroleum-based fires. The other foam that was bid by CNS Specialty would fulfill the needs of the fire department, and at a significantly cheaper price. We're willing to try the foam that they recommend and that they bid to try to capture some of that savings instead of buying the more expensive foam. We believe it'll fit the needs of the fire department, but it will not fit the needs of the statewide team.
Okay, thank you. I'm good with that, Chairman.
I'm sorry, Councilman.
I say I'm all set with that.
Thank you so much. Yep. Any questions for members of the committee? Questions from members of the council? Questions, comments from members of the public? Questions, comments from members of the public? Councilman, I apologize. Next will be item number 11, 2024-048, Fire and Police Annual Licensing and Vector Training. This is found on page 168. It is requested by Councilman Lattiser. So, Director, if you wouldn't mind going through the identity, and then Councilman Lattiser, you have the floor.
Phil Carlucci, MIS Director.
Thank you, Chairman. Director, it says in this first paragraph, starting in the second line, it says, Vector Learning Management System, which has been coming out of the Warwick Fire Department budget in previous years. Well, let me back up. It says this is significantly higher than previous years because it now includes licensing for the Vector Learning Management System, which was coming out of a different budget. What budget are we referring to?
I know the organization number. I don't know the account number they're using.
Jason Umbenhauer, Assistant Chief of the Fire Department. The learning management system was approved by the council last year, and that was coming out of our training budget, which was 35,301.
35 what, Chief?
301, training and education.
301. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any further questions from members of this committee? Questions from members of this council? Questions, comments from members of the public? Question, comments from members of the public? Thank you. Item number 12, requested by Councilman Lattiser, is bid 2024-056 e-permitting. This is found on page 174. Director?
Phil Carlucci, MIS Director.
Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you. Good to see you, Director. I forgot who you were before. So, second paragraph, it said, since this is mandated software by the state, as happened last year, we anticipate that they will reimburse the city for a portion of the cost associated with this. So I know what the word anticipate means, but how confident are you that we will be reimbursed? And what would be your guesstimate for the amount of the reimbursement?
I would be hard pressed on the estimate. I would get back to you with that. I can tell you that they reimbursed us last year. I have found that until I see the check in the department, I have a hard time being 100% confident, but I have a high confidence level that they will.
Okay. Yeah, if you could let me know that tomorrow, that'd
will.
be great. Thank you. That's it on that, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any further questions on bid 2024-056 from members of this committee? Bid 2024-056 from members of the council? Are there any questions from members of the public? Thank you. Next item requested for discussion is item 15, bid 2024-052, fiber circuits for citywide network. This is found on 194, requested by Councilman Lattiser, Director, and then Councilman Lattiser, you have the floor.
Still Phil Carlucci, MIS Director.
Don't go away. So the question on this one is, you state that we'll be piggybacking off the Rhode Island State MPA, which expires on July 1, 2025. I was curious as to why you're not looking to go out for the 2-year on this instead of a 1-year.
Without violating anything in the process we're going through for the bid, I guess the answer to your question would be simple. We're in the process of bidding all of this.
Okay.
And this is a provider, as is written here, that has, being a not-for-profit organization, they have significant advantages cost-wise that are available to the city. They're a small portion of our network right now, only because since I've been here, we've had opportunities to add facilities, and where we could, we've utilized their services. That's what's grown it to this amount. But after the bid, we'll see what their percentage is.
Works for me. Thank you. Thank you,
Yes, sir.
Chairman.
Councilman, questions for members of the committee? Questions for members of the council? Questions, concerns for members of the public? Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
The next item will be item number 18, that is bid 2024-041, police radio tower rental. This is found on page 232. Major, if you wouldn't mind identifying yourself, and then Councilman Gebhardt has the floor.
Good evening, Major Andy Sullivan for the Police Department.
Thanks, Major. My only question was that I know we have located a number of tower infrastructures on city-owned property, and this being one that we pay a rental fee for. Have you explored other options or other potential locations in that area?
So this particular site used to be at Aldrich, this repeater. So that, due to the state of that, at this point, it had to be moved to the tower and Venturi, which is down in the north end of the city, to provide coverage for that area.
Okay. So to the original question, were any other locations that were city-owned explored?
I don't believe there are any other ideal locations in the north end of that city for that coverage area that were feasible for that project.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Questions for members of this committee? Further questions from members of the council? Questions, comments from members of the public? Thank you, Major.
Thank you.
The next item is item 20, bid 2023-431, OEM parts for Mercury Marine Motors. This is found on page 267. It was requested by Councilman Lattiser. Major, please, after that, Councilman Lattiser, you have your floor.
Major Andy Sullivan for the Police Department.
Thank you. Good evening, Major.
Good evening.
How many engines are you required to service right now?
So for Mercury, it is, let me just double check here. It's 4 2012 Mercury Verado 200 horsepower motors.
Four
Those
of
are
them?
4 total, 2 on each of the boats we acquired several years back from, I believe, the Coast Guard.
And are any of those engines under warranty or are they beyond warranty?
They're not under any warranty because they were they were all gifted to us from the Coast Guard at that
Okay.
time, and they did not carry any warranty with them.
So you don't necessarily have to go to a Mercury dealer to have these engines serviced, do you?
No, this I believe was a rebid. We put it out once, no response, put it out again, and the current bidding vendor was the same one in place for the past bid year.
Because I'm asking that because I know typically there's a pretty big difference between the labor rate from a dealer and the labor rate from a marine mechanic. And at $160 an hour, that, based upon my experience with this, is at least 20% or more higher than what you could go with someone else other than a marine dealer. I'm also curious as to, or let me rephrase that, had you approached this dealer, CL Marine, yeah, I know who they are, had you approached them about a discount? Because typically on all the pots, there's always discounts that are given off of the list price. The mock-ups on these pots are like wild, but yet they're not giving or offering us any discounts. Had you had any conversation with them?
I did not personally have any conversation with them. From looking at past bids, that's how they've always offered their pricing. The rate, each rate is the same. There's no discount displayed. Whether or not that is any kind of a discounted rate to begin with, I don't know. But that's that was all we had to go on. And again, they were the only bidder after a rebid.
Sure. Well, I mean, you're looking for an approval here and, of course, a vendor. So I guess a conversation could always take place about the pots. I'm all set, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Further questions from members of this committee? Questions, comments from members of the council? Questions, comments from members of the public? Questions, comments from members of the public? Thank you, Chief. The next item is item number 21, bid 2024-033 Alpha, medications for emergency medical services. This will be found on page 271. This was requested by Councilman Ricks. And Chief, if you wouldn't mind going through the identification process, then Councilman Ricks, you have the floor.
Jason Umbenhauer, Assistant Chief of the Fire Department.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Let's see. So in this bid, I just wanted to recognize that there are some of the similar issues that were raised earlier this evening when we were discussing the 90-plus page packet. I have some concerns that I'm not going to just reiterate what I said before. So speaking on this item in particular, I went ahead and compared the bids from the two vendors. I did notice, and I should preface by saying that in this item, I believe that Bound Tree Medical, according to the department recommendation, would be the sole vendor awarded.
Correct.
So on the corresponding item for the police department, part of that same bid, the police department recommended splitting between Boundtree and McKesson. And for some of the reasons stated in the police department memo on the following item, as well as some specific reasons that I'll just state briefly here, I would think that it may make sense for on certain items where McKesson bid lower than Boundtree. For that reason, it may make sense to also award to McKesson as to those particular items. So as I went down the list of the 60 items, I did find that Boundtree outbid McKesson oftentimes by significant amounts on the majority of those items. So I certainly concur with that. However, going down the full list, I did notice that there was one item, the very last item on the list. This is, for those following along, on page 275 on the packet. Item number 60, Boundtree did not bid while McKesson bid. So for that reason alone, I think that it would be appropriate to include McKesson. But in addition, McKesson also had what may be better bids than Boundtree on several different items. I'm counting items numbers 3, 8, 13, 15, 18, 19, 40, 48, 51, 59, and as mentioned before, number 60. Now, some of those items, it appears may be different because it appears from my reading of this that McKesson is the manufacturer of some of those items. So I don't know if those generics are exactly the same specifications. I would leave that judgment to the department. But one of those generics, and I'm using the term generic for lack of a better term, I'm not an expert in this field. I do notice that, for example, there is a significant difference in price on item number 51, naloxone, where for a 10 count, McKesson would have the price of $610.36 for a 10 count, while for a 25 count, Boundtree would have the price of $3,665.69. So even if adjusting by that count, it appears that so long as McKesson's generic is acceptable, then on an order of approximately the same quantity when adjusted for the count, that would be a savings to the city of about $2,000 per 25. So for those reasons, I would request a PCR on this item 2024-033A for the purpose of adding McKesson as a vendor for the specific items that they have the lowest bid on, unless, of course, there is any objection.
I have no objection.
Thank you, Councilman. City Clerk, may I have a PCR?
PCR 6223.
Per request of Councilman Ricks, bid 2024-033 Alpha, medications for emergency medical personnel, is now PCR 62-23. Chief, you have no, do you want to add any comments to the councilman's comments? Or,
Sure.
Go ahead.
Sure. Again, I leave this recommendation up to the EMS chief. He's the expert in this and knows what those items are and how much he uses of those items. Specifically items like, I believe you have referred to like item number 3, where it's cheaper to get 250 of them than it is to get 50. In cases like that, typically what happens is we don't need 250 of them. We only need like 30 of them in a year. So we're paying twice as much for 250 and we're going to throw 200 of them out. So in a lot of those cases, that's why I rely on the expertise of that EMS chief to know what he knows, what he's using, he knows what he's ordering, he knows how much he orders of it, and he makes the determinations of whether or not it's fiscally responsible to go with one vendor or the other. In the Narcan situation that you just talked about, we don't order Narcan lure adapters. That's on there for the police. Those medications are restocked to us by the hospital. So we don't use that medication. That's solely there for the old style Narcan ejectors that we used to use before the nasal sprays came out. But if you give me specific, ahead of time, anybody gives me specifics on any of the discrepancies in the pricing between two vendors, I can most definitely have the GMS chief get back to you and explain his reasoning behind why he selected the vendor he did. Again, a lot of times the vendors aren't as honest with their bidding as you would expect. They bid very, very large quantities of these things because that gives them the best per item price. But in most situations, we don't need those extraordinarily high, especially medications that expire a year from the date they're manufactured.
Chief, so before we move forward, I'd like to, you asked for a PCR, Councilman, and the purpose of the PCR was to amend the bid?
Yes, in order to add McKesson. And I'd like to make clear, I know that all of us on the council understand this, but I want to make this clear for members of the public. The city council is not, if the city council were to follow through with this, it is not binding the hands of the fire department or of EMS to have to go with a particular vendor for certain items, but instead giving them that flexibility so that if that item is available and if that item is in fact lower, then the department has that ability to go ahead and purchase that vendor from the lowest qualified bidder. Thank you.
Thank you. Solicitor, I must ask for a second on that PCR, or not the PCR, but the amendment, or please put me in order.
So any member can request of the committee for a PCR. It is still up to the committee's discretion as to what recommendation this committee makes to the full council. If you want to proceed without an amendment, that is within the committee's discretion. It is up to the members on the floor to make and second and present amendments before the full body.
Thank you. Now, for procedural purposes, the councilman who pulled and requested a PCR, we assign the PCR. I do understand he wants the PCR so we can amend. However, do I complete the discussion on the pulled item as a bid? And then do we go back, once this committee has to vote on it, then we make a motion about the amendment, correct? So are we allowed to speak about the amendment?
You can entertain the discussion, and at the appropriate time, if it's after getting all the input that it desires, it can proceed with an amendment should the committee wish.
Thank you. Okay. Are there any questions, comments from members of this committee? Questions, comments from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the reasons that I stated on the other item, I would be supporting Councilman Rick's suggestion to, particularly given the business climate that we're in today. I experience it on a daily basis. It certainly would not hurt for the fire department to have a second opportunity, not only because of pricing, but perhaps because of material shortage. I know we've heard this testimony a lot in the past 2 to 3 years about the difficulties getting materials, and that is so true. So the other thing too that I found out in doing some of my research here, McKesson happens to be, just as a point of information, McKesson happens to be one of the largest manufacturers of these type of items in the country. So I'm sure that has an impact on their pricing as well. That's it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Any further questions, comments from members of the council? Further comments, any questions or comments from members of the public on 2024-033 Alpha, medications for emergency medical services? Thank you. Because this is a PCR, I would like to know if there's a motion to be made on the PCR. Motion to be made on the PCR 62-23.
Move favorable action.
On the,
With amendment?
we haven't made any motion for amendment yet.
No, we haven't. So we would do the PCR and then we can add a motion for an amendment after that.
He just moved favorable.
Be made on the floor.
Valid.
Yes, you could entertain the amendment discussion on the floor. It's duplicative in some ways, as the recommendation is
Favorable action.
non-binding.
Okay. So we can pass it as PCR as is, and then the amendment can be made on the floor. Sounds good.
Second. You go with that?
Yep. All in favor? Aye. Thank you. Oh, yeah, no, understood. Oh, I wanted to make sure of that myself.
Yep.
Thank you, Councilman. So the PCR is favorable action. It'll be, we could be amended on the floor. Thank you. The next item is bid 2024-034 Bravo, medical supplies and equipment. This is found on page 282. It is requested by also Councilman Ricks. Major, please identify, and then Councilman Ricks, you have the floor.
Major Andy Sullivan for the Police Department.
Thank you. That really covered my my questions in the discussion of the last item, so no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for members of this committee? Any questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaw.
No question, Mr. Chairman, but just a comment. I see here that the police department is moving in a direction that we've been talking about on a couple of the items, which is they have suggested Boundtree Medical and McKesson Medical Surgical as the two vendors that they'd be seeking. And I think that's a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any further questions, comments from members of the council? Questions, comments from members of the public? Question, comments from members of the public on bid 2024-034 Bravo, medical supplies and equipment? Thank you. The next item is item number 23, bid 2024-059, Life Pack 15 monitor services. Identify, please, Chief. And Councilman Lattisaw, you have the floor. This is found on page 381.
Jason Umbenhauer, Assistant Chief of the Fire Department.
Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you. Chief, I was just wondering on this one, why you weren't looking for a 2-year bid?
Because Stryker Medical only offers 1-year bids because of the age of these devices.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
Because
what
of
you
the age of the device, they no longer offer multi-year bids. They only are multi-year contracts. They only offer single-year contracts. That ended, I believe, a year or two ago.
said. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Councilman. Questions for members of this committee? Councilman Sinapi.
Just to point out that in the bid package, it's Stryker Medical instead of Stryker. I don't know if it matters, but the supported documentation says Stryker. So
Thank you, Councilman. Duly noted. Any questions, comments from members of the council? Questions, comments from members of the public? Questions, comments from members of the public? Thank you. The next item is bid 2024-060 marine boat diesel fuel. That is item number 25. That item is found on page 389. That was requested by Councilman Lattisaw. Chief, please identify.
Jason Umbenhauer, Assistant Chief of the Fire Department.
Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you. Chief, has this vendor, have they agreed to hold a price for you on this fuel?
No, we pay the price at the pump at the time.
Okay. And what's the current price?
The last time that we fueled up was May 30th, and the price was $5.12 a gallon.
5 what, please?
$5.12 a gallon.
5.12. That's for gasoline, right?
Nope, diesel fuel.
Diesel.
Marine diesel, yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any further questions for members of this committee? Questions, comments from members of this council? Questions, comments from members of the public? Questions, comments from members of the public? Thank you. The next item is item number 27, bid 2023-451, fabrication and delivery of welcome signs. This is found on page 403. Council President McAllister requested it.
Thank you. Just a reminder, this is an ARPA project, and we still have the website available for residents. If you have any requests or ideas for ARPA projects for your neighborhoods, you can go on there and file. That's what this project came from, and it's still available for residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Outstanding. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Questions,
Mr.
comments from
Chairman.
members of this committee?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Ms.
I'm
Counselor.
sorry, I apologize. I forgot about one item, item number 36, 2022-149, found on page 503.
Okay, let me get through this one and we'll go right to that. I have no problem adding that. Thank you, Counselor. Oh, there's no issue adding that, I should say. We'll just finish this up. Any further questions, comments from members of the council? Councilman Ricks.
I'll just chime in briefly and say that it's good to see the bidding process working. These prices for these welcome signs are very competitive with what the Norwood Neighborhood Association recently paid for 2 welcome signs. So it's good to see when the city goes out to bid, it's getting competitive bids, just as any private organization would. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any questions, comments from members of the public? Questions, comments from members of the public? Thank you. Next, I would like to identify item number 28, bid 2024-037, Warwick Police Youth Leadership Camp. This is found on 406. Major, please identify.
Major Andy Sullivan for the police department.
Thank you, Major. And the reason why I pulled this one is I was just hoping you could take a minute just to explain the program.
Sure. So the leadership camp, it's been under a couple different names over the years. One was no, it escapes me.
The Explorers?
It's basically under that whole umbrella. So it's been going on for years. My own 2 kids are graduates of it, and they did it a couple of years. They loved it. They didn't believe me at first that it'd be a good time, but once they went, they wanted to go a second week. So we put this camp on. It's 3 sessions, 3 one-week sessions in the summer, and they learn about our job. They learn about community projects. They go to a couple field trips during the course of the week. One to a museum, Heritage Museum, and another to the trail place in Connecticut there. And they really have a good time, and it always books up.
Thank you. And this targets students from the ages of 13 to 16.
That's correct, 13 to 16.
13 to 16, and it's one of those that where I know the after-school programs are cutting a lot. This is one of the things that I know that the Warwick Police, and I'm very happy about it, has increased on. And I want to thank the Warwick Police Department and the city for putting up the fees and the time and the money and the expertise to go ahead and put that time in for the students of Warwick and the students, but also the 13 to 16-year-olds of Warwick. Are there any questions, comments from members of this committee? Questions, comments from members of the council? Question, comments from members of the public? Questions, comments from members of the public? The next item is, if I remember, Councilman Lattiser, you requested item number 36, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Item number 36, that is bid 2022-149, gutter and tube type brooms. This is found on page 503 in your bid package. Good evening, Christy. Please identify department and title, and Councilman Lattiser, you'll have the floor.
Good evening, Christy Moretti, Public Works Business Manager.
Hi, Christy.
Hi.
Christy, I'm having some difficulties coming up with this number of 948.54, but before we talk about that, this is requesting monies from a bid that expired in November of 2022. And these invoices, as well as a credit invoice I'm looking at, goes back to November of 2022. How is it this is just coming to us now?
So there's been a lot of back and forth and confusion with these invoices. So finally getting to the bottom of it and talking with the vendor and our garage, we had received an order of brooms. Then we received a duplicate order of brooms that were for the state. They were supposed to go back and they never did. So we ended up using the brooms anyway. I do have some cap money left. So the balance of everything in total is $948.54 to pay these final invoices. Because for a while I didn't know that this was going on until probably 2 months ago. But then of course I questioned and said, what's happening? We have these credits, we have these invoices. So long story short, we finally got to the bottom of it, and we did keep the second order of brooms. So we do owe them the money.
So these invoices, they go through, they don't necessarily get sent to you, right? They go to finance.
The invoices they always end up in our department, whatever invoices, whether it's attached to the purchase order for us to sign off on or whatever. Typically, automotive's invoices will go to automotive, and then they put them against their purchase orders or, whatever parts or repairs they did. But this one took a little bit of digging and some.
So I, like you, I'm still confused because what I'm looking at is, I'm looking at 4 invoices. One invoice is for $2,711.50. That's on October 3rd, 2022. I'm looking at another invoice, actually December 12th, 2022, for $1,789.59. And the third invoice is also on October 12th, 2022, for $1,843.82. Then I see the credit for $921.91. So what I'm assuming is the credit of $921.91 for 17 of these items is applicable to the invoice of $1,843.82 for 34 of the items, which would be kind of falling in line with your duplicate order. But what I
Yes.
can't come up with is $948.54.
That's because I still have money available on the cap. So the balance that I would be over is $948. So I have a $15,000 cap. Without including these invoices, I probably spent $13,000. I don't know the exact number, but so I have some room. But these invoices collectively push it over by $948. That's all we're asking for.
No, I understand that. But the only invoices that coming into play for me right now is what I see in front of me. And that's the 4 invoices that I'm associating with your request for $948.54. When you total up the items of $1,789.59, or even if I do the $1,843, the balance I come up with is $921.91. So is there any other invoice that is part of this $948.54 that we don't have in the book?
No, because I still have cap money. So the council awarded $15,000. Automotive spent, let's say for round numbers, $13,000. These invoices are $2,948. So I need to ask for another $948.54 to pay these invoices. That's all I'm looking for. I'm not looking for the full amount. I'm not looking for, because I have in the cap available funds.
So I'm going to break this down by two invoices. I'm going to take the $1,843.82 and apply the credit of $921.91, and that leaves me with a balance there due this vendor of $921.91. If I take the $921 credit off of the $1,789.59, I end up with a balance due of $867.68. If I take the credit of $921 off the $2711, it's even less. So I know you're saying you still have money left. If you have money left, then to me, that would make the $921 or the $867 even less if you still have money there. So I
No,
can't figure
so
out how you
these
got
invoices collectively,
Sorry?
These invoices collectively between the charge invoices and the one credit, put what I need to pay this vendor over the cap by $948.54. So I can pay part of these invoices right now, but I don't collectively. That's all I'm looking for is $948 to pay the vendor so we can get this cleared up.
Okay, just bear with me 1 minute.
So basically, we owe the vendor $2,000. She has $1,800. She's asking for another $200. Simple math.
And how much did you say you still have left?
I don't remember the exact number in the cap, but the monies that I have left with these invoices collectively, my cap will sit at $15,948.54. And that closes it out.
Do you think you have about 4,500 left in your cap?
No.
You don't? Well, I still don't get it, because if you add up the 271150 to 1789.59, the 1843.82, and take away your 921.91, and then deduct the 948.54, that leaves me with a balance of $4,474. So I have no idea where this 948.54 is coming from. I have no idea. And other than the explanation you received, that's all we know.
All set?
So what do you want to do?
I'm understanding it differently from how you are, Councilman, and Christie, correct me if I'm wrong. We authorized to spend on this item in this one credit or one budgeted code,
Yep.
$15,000.
Yes.
Your total invoices total $15,948.54.
Yes.
You need us to increase that budget code, $948.54, to pay all invoices of the original amount that we approved of $15,000.
Correct. It's the spending authority, not the budget code, just for clarification.
Oh, I apologize. Thank you.
It's the spending authority.
The
So
spending
I
authority,
need
right.
the council to approve $948.54 of spending authority for me to clear up these invoices with CN Wood.
Okay, so, Chairman, the invoices that are in play, the four that we have in the packet, three are a charge and one is a credit. The three invoices that charge is $6,344.91.
Mm-hmm.
You subtract the credit of $921.91, that leaves a balance of $5,423. You subtract the $948.54, and you're left with a balance for these invoices of $4,474.46. And I asked Christie if she has roughly $4,500 left in the account, and she said no. So I don't know where the numbers are coming from. These are the only four invoices we have in play. I just did all the math for you. I don't understand where that number's coming from.
Thank you.
Or why we don't have $4,474.46 left.
So let me just clarify and back up a little bit. Because this was an order and a duplicate order, so there's a PO issued for the 271150. But because it was an order and a duplicate order, in order to pay all these invoices collectively, so if you back out the 271150, because there's a purchase order number for that, with the other invoices and the credit, I need $948.54.
That balance that you're asking for is after you deduct the money that you still have left, you said, right? To pay towards whatever
Right.
that amount is.
Right. So I don't know the exact number, but the first invoice that says 271150, if you look at it, it has a purchase order number on it.
Yep.
So that has a purchase order number. That money's already been allocated out of the cap. Then we got the duplicate order and we had a credit. So we got 50 more brooms and we ended up sending back 17. They gave us a credit and then we had another 34 show up. So what ended up happening by the time I got to the bottom of this is that we got the state's order for gutter brooms. And then
I'm sorry, repeat that. You got what, please?
We ended up with the state's order for gutter brooms. For some reason, they sent them to us. We didn't, I don't know, they didn't contact the vendor, they didn't send them back. But long and short of it is that we ended up using them. So we owe CN with the money. So I have enough money to pay these invoices with what's already been deducted from my cap, which is the 2711 in here. But because it's a duplicate order, it's being presented as a whole. So I need $948.54.
So once again, the only three invoices that we're talking about that are outstanding is PO 3479 for 2711, PO 3530 for 1789, and PO 3531 for 1843. I'm rounding up. Those are the only three invoices that we have that are outstanding, right? No other invoices are outstanding.
Correct.
And the only credit that we have to apply is 921.91, right?
Right.
And then to get to your number of 948, the difference between that is what you should still have in your account, because you said you have enough money in your account to pay these bills, except for $948.54.
Okay, yes. First thing, the PO numbers you read off were actually invoice numbers.
Invoice numbers.
There's-
Well, it says,
there's one-
it says PO
That's their-
underneath it.
that's
That's
Okay,
what I
I'm
read.
sorry. I'm
invoice
just gonna,
number.
I'd like to hear the answers. Thank you.
So that's their invoice number. There's one of these invoices that has a purchase order number for $2,711.50. It is PO 2901254. I have a purchase order. It's already encumbered for this. It was a duplicate order. So maybe it was my mistake including this invoice, and it would probably be a little less confusing. But with the funds that I have left available in the cap, with the two invoices for $1789.59 and $1843.82, less the credit of $921.91, I need $948.54 to pay the vendor.
$948.
I'm sorry, yes.
No. 900, I'm probably using the wrong number now. But $948.54 above the cap of 15,000, that gets it all taken care of,
Correct.
which brings us back to phase one.
Right.
Okay.
So I read off PO 3479 because that's what it says for the invoice number. Invoice number PO 3479 and so forth. So tomorrow, could you send me what you have for a balance of monies in this account that you're referring to, that you have left to pay for these items?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Further questions from members of this committee? Questions, comments from members of this council? Questions, comments from members of the public? May I have a motion on the full consent calendar vote?
Favorable action.
Second.
I have a motion, I have a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. The next item is PCO 17-23, an ordinance amending the section 20-132 of the City of Warwick Code of Ordinances relative to fire and police one employer pension contributions in Chapter 60 to create a funding strategy for other post-employment benefits. I move a motion favorable to the floor with public comment.
Second.
We have a motion, I have a second, all in favor? Aye. The time is now 6:47 and the Warwick Finance Committee is closed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just a roadmap for everybody. So that last item we will be hearing in the full council meeting, and there will be public comment on that as well in the full council meeting. We do have some residents here that are here for a couple more things that are in their committees. So I'd like to move some committees around. First up, I would like to have the Appointments Committee. I believe we do have someone here to be appointed to a board, and they are volunteering their time to serve our city. So I'd like them to be able to be heard this evening. Then we will do Public Properties, Land Use, and Community Affairs, as we have a public hearing at 7 o'clock on an item, and I know that there is a bid opening that people are here for as well. So I'd like to do those two committees. Then we'll start the council meeting, do the public hearing, then we'll come back into committees. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. We will assemble the Appointments Committee here. Everyone off that? Okay. Good evening. The time is now 6:49 p.m. June 5th, and the Appointments Committee comes to order. First up, we have minutes from the committee meeting held on May 8th. Do I have a motion?
Motion favorable action.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. All right. Just one appointment this evening to the Wildlife and Conservation Commission. If you recall, we started this one. I want to say it was in our last meeting before the budget. We got through. We didn't have any questions, but Ms. Fitzpatrick had another obligation that night, and per our rules, we needed to see her. I see her. Do any members have any questions about the appointment of Ms. Fitzpatrick to the Wildlife and Conservation Commission? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't have any questions. I would just like to welcome Ms. Fitzpatrick and thank her for agreeing to serve on this commission. As we all know, these are voluntary positions, and I'm sure there's plenty of things in people's lives that they could be doing besides this. So it's very much appreciated when members of the public volunteer their time to serve on these boards and commissions. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. And yes, this is Ms. Fitzpatrick's second tour. She was on the Land Trust for a term prior to this, now getting some exposure to the Wildlife and Conservation Commission. So maybe a future in the planning department, who knows? Anyone else have any questions or comments about this appointment? Any members of the council? Any members of the public? Would you like to say anything? You're free. Yes. Thank you. And with that, do I have a motion?
Motion second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Welcome to the Wildlife and Conservation Commission. And with that, the Appointments Committee is adjourned at 6:52 p.m.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next up, I would like to have the Public Properties, Land Use, and Community Affairs meet. They have a couple of items before us.
The City Council Committee on Public Properties, Land Use, and Community Affairs comes to order at 6:52 p.m. First item up is acceptance of the minutes dated May 8th. Do we have a motion?
Favorable action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next, and heavily anticipated, is the opening and announcement of bids received for RFP 2023-415, sale of the former Nelson Aldridge Junior High School property at 771 Post Road. No votes will be taken. Planning Director?
Good evening. Planning Director Tom Kravitz filling in for Francis Gomes of the Purchasing Department. I'll be opening and reading aloud the bids for the sale of the Aldrich property. This is bid number 2023-415. Another item of interest will be that the recommendation will be provided back to purchasing for June 12th in hopes of getting back to this committee for June 26th for the formal recommendation. So with that, so the first bid in order, the bids are received, is from Connolly and Partners LLC.
As you can see, it is being opened live.
Yes. The bid deposit of $100,000 is here. Let's see, 2 copies probably. Yeah. And the amount is $1,198,000. Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, it's a couple pages. Yeah, right. Deposit.
Confirmed bid from Connolly and Partners LLC in the amount of $1,198,000.
Chairman, what was the name of that company?
Connolly and Partners LLC, spelled CONNOLLY, and the rest spelled the usual way.
The next one is from Wynn Companies. I'm sorry, Wynn Development Company LP. This is the deposit of $100,000.
Confirmed.
Got it down now. The purchase price is $2 million.
Confirmed bid of $2 million from Wynn Development, spelled WINN.
The third one is from Greco. $100,000 deposit is present.
Confirmed.
And the amount is $1,502,000.
Confirmed. 1,502,000 bid by Mike Greco.
The last one is from Shoreline Properties, Inc. The deposit of $100,000 is here.
Confirmed.
And their purchase price is $800,000.
Bid of $800,000 from Shoreline Properties, Inc. Confirmed.
So we'll be reporting back to you for June 26th.
Thank you. To confirm, that is a total of 4 bids, and there are no other bids. The director has confirmed. That concludes the opening and announcement of bids received for RFP 2023-415, sale of former Nelson Aldridge Junior High School property at 771 Post Road. Again, no votes will be taken this evening. As stated by the planning director, the city will be reviewing and making a recommendation, I believe that the planning director stated, for June 12th. And then that recommendation will be coming back to the city council as early as June 26th. We'll finish up the rest of the docket here very briefly. We have second item on the agenda, number 2, PCO 15-23, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance of the City of Warwick, 989 Centerville LLC petitioner. This would be for public hearing. Councilman Snappy, would you recommend public hearing? We have a recommendation. Do we have a motion to open public hearing before refer public hearing to the full council?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Finally, item number 3, Council President. Thank you. We will proceed with item number 3. This is Councilman Foley, PCR 56-23, a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a lease extension for 65 Shippen Avenue with the House of Hope Community Development Corporation. Councilman Foley.
Ask favorable action.
We have a request for favorable action. Do we have any comment from members of the committee? I'll just say briefly that this is an extension for 10 years of an existing lease between the city and House of Hope. Any comment from members of the council? Hearing none, any comment or questions from members of the public on this item? Seeing none, do we have a motion?
I move favorable action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The time is 7:02. The City Council Committee on Public Properties, Land Use, and Community Affairs adjourns.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just for a roadmap for everyone, we're now at 7 o'clock. So we're just going to get settled here. We're going to start the full council meeting and then we're going to go right into the public hearing. So we're going to start the council meeting in about 2 minutes, let everybody get settled, and then we are going to go right into the public hearing. Thank you.
Hello?
Good evening, everyone. I call the June 5th, 2023 City Council meeting to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McAllister?
Here.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt?
Here.
Mr. Howe?
Here.
Mr. Lattiser?
Present.
Mr. McElroy?
Here.
Mr. Ricks?
Here.
Mr. Sinapi? Here. Ms. Travis?
Here.
9 present.
Councilman Foley, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, one nation, God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Good evening, everyone. I just want to give a quick roadmap. We're kind of moving around a couple of things here. So we are now in the full council meeting. We're going to do page 1 on the agenda, which is general communications, executive communications, and acceptance of the minutes. Then we'll do announcement of appointments on page 2, and the appointment requiring confirmation that we just did. Then I'm going to ask the council if we could move directly to PCO 15-23, which is the public hearing. We will then have the public hearing. Members of the public will be able to speak on that. And then after we finish that, I'm going to ask the council if we can then take up PCO 17-23, which was moved out of finance earlier for discussion, to the full council for public hearing, as public comment as well. So those are the 2 items I believe that the majority of the people are here on. So I would like to put those at the top of the agenda this evening. So as we get to that point, I will ask see if there's any objections. If there's no objections, that will be the roadmap this evening. So right now we're under general communications. This is for announcements of congratulations, condolences, or community events. I have 2. The Gatsby Day Parade is this Saturday, starting at 10 o'clock in the morning. We hope to see you all there. And also the Gatsby Day Symphony in the park has been rescheduled to June 17th. So they will play there at Patuxent Park from 5 to 8. And then we're going to have the fireworks are going to start at 9 o'clock. So that was just rescheduled today. So we wanted to make that announcement, and hopefully you can join us there as well. Are there any other announcements of congratulations, condolences, or community events from members of the council? Okay, hearing none, we'll move to executive communications. There are none. A is the acceptance of the minutes, the council meeting held on May 25th. Councilman Howe?
Move favorable action for the May 25th meeting.
Second by Councilman Foley. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. Next is the approval of minutes for the May 22nd meeting. Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action on the acceptance for May 22nd meeting.
Second by Councilman Foley. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Next is acceptance of the minutes of May 8th. Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action for May 8th meeting.
Second by Councilman Foley. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any objections? And finally, movement of the minutes for April 17th meeting. Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action for April 17th meeting.
Second by Councilman Foley. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any objections? Thank you. We'll now move on to the announcements of appointments. Councilman Gephardt.
All right. First up, we've got requiring confirmation for the land trust, Kate Fitzpatrick. And if I could pull my agenda up.
First, just make the announcement of the harbor master.
Give me a sec. Sorry, I lost my agenda here. All right. Announcement of appointments. We have Patrick Teatrolt for harbor master.
Thank you. And now we will do appointments requiring confirmation.
To the Wildlife and Conservation Commission, Kate Fitzpatrick.
And for action, Councilman, was Ward 9, Councilman Gephardt.
Yeah, I would move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Lattiser, Councilwoman Travis, Councilman Sinapi, Councilman Ricks, and Councilman Howe, Councilman McElroy. Any questions or comments that were not asked earlier this evening in committee? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser? Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Yes. Ms. Travis?
Yes.
9 yes, and appointment passes.
Thank you very much. I am now going to ask that we move to PCO 15-23, an ordinance amending the zoning of the city of Warwick, 989 Centerville Road. Is there any objections to hearing that at this time? Hearing none, so moved. Committee report, land use.
Recommend open public hearing.
For action, Councilman Sinapi. Second by Councilman Lattiser and Councilwoman Travis. All those in favor to opening the public hearing, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you very much. So at this time, we will, the way that we do our public hearings here is first I ask anybody that's going to speak to please speak slowly and directly into the microphone. We have the stenographer here. We will have an opportunity for someone to present on behalf of this project. Then the members of the council will be able to ask any questions. Then I will ask members of the public that are here to speak in favor of the project. They will have an opportunity to come up. After that, I will ask members of the public that would like to speak against this project will have the opportunity to come up. And then I will give an opportunity for any member of the public who'd just like to be heard on this project, an opportunity to come up. Then we will close the public hearing and the council will move on from there. So at this time, is there anyone here to present PCO 15-23?
Excuse me. Good evening, Mr. President and members of the Warwick City Council. My name is Sanford J. Resnick. I'm an attorney with offices located on 300 Centerville Road in Warwick. And I represent the applicant, who's 989 Centerville LLC. And this is regards to that property known as 989 Centerville Road LLC, Plat 241, Lot 11. And we know that is the former site of Fridays. This property is zoned general business and been zoned general business since February of 1983. In doing our due diligence for this property, we came upon an ordinance, which is Ordinance 83-2. In 1983, the ordinance changed the zoning from residential to general business, but changed the zone with a restriction. And the purpose of this hearing this evening is to have this restriction removed from this ordinance. The restriction stated that the property could only be used only as a restaurant in substantial conformance with the plan submitted and shall not be used as a drive-in type restaurant. We know that Fridays was there for years, and this was around the time that Fridays was built and developed. So the plans and the specification were specifically for that restaurant. At the time this ordinance was passed, the property was then known as portions of Lot 11 and Lot 16. If one was to take a look today at the map, and it's submitted with your package, you would have a map. I had a surveyor go out and give us a stamped plan of pretty much the property that was introduced in the ordinance. And the actual property that's in the ordinance is now known as Lot 11, which is the quote former Friday's Piece. It also encompasses what is now known as Lot 35, which is Chick-fil-A. So this wasn't picked up before, so we're going to straighten that out at the same time we do this. So we remove the restriction because we have a restaurant on. We have two restaurants we're going on at the same time because this restaurant's been closed for a couple of years. And what we're asking for specifically is to remove the restriction and specifically allow multi-use in multi-buildings, zone general business on the property. Pretty straightforward.
Thank you. I believe the planning director is here. Does the administration have a position or anything you'd like to share at this time?
Tom Kravitz, City Planning Director. We're in support of the Planning Board's recommendation, which is positive.
Thank you, Director. Any questions or comments from members of the council at this time? Councilman Rex.
Good evening. I was interested in knowing whether there was any intent to now or potentially in the future place another restaurant there that would also have a drive-through.
The only tenant that we have at this time is for a portion of the building. It's a very large building. You don't see too many restaurants, 10,000 square feet. The only tenant we have now is a general business use of veterinary establishment. Whether or not we have any restaurants, our hands are tied. So until, and if this council passes this, then we can market the property. But because of this restriction, we haven't been able to do very much.
That makes sense, especially with the way that commercial property is nowadays. I ask that question in part because if traveling west along Centerville Road and trying to access Route 2, that is Route 2 North, then I believe that one has to drive through the right-of-way, effectively through a parking lot, but a public right-of-way that passes by that property. And I don't know about my colleagues here, but when I take that route, sometimes the cars in line for the Chick-fil-A can delay traffic. So that's the reason for that question. But I also recognize that in order to place a restaurant there with a drive-through, that would generally be something that would go through the planning board anyway. So that would be an additional process. And this is merely to have its own general business so that the property, its use isn't confined to just a restaurant. So I do see this as something that the planning department and the planning board have done their due diligence on, as well as the petitioner putting in the time and work to make sure that this is a proposal that really makes sense for the area, makes sense for everyone involved. So I want to thank you for your time.
Welcome.
Councilman Gephardt.
My question was answered there. I would have concerns if there was immediate intent to put another drive-through there, given the situation at Chick-fil-A. But other than that, I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Councilman Snappy.
Yeah, I've gone by this property countless times over the years, and I'm quite tired of it being empty, especially with the fact that it's so massive. Because for those who don't know, it was designed for back in the day when restaurants got a huge amount of foot traffic. So the parking lot is huge. So it's more than enough space for two buildings. That's certainly not in question. And frankly, right now, having them be empty is just such a waste. So I'm glad a developer has come forward willing to actually utilize the property.
Any other questions for members of the council at this time? Okay, hearing none. Is there any members of the public here to speak in favor of this project? Are there any members of the public here to speak in favor of this project? Are there any members of the public here to speak in favor of this project? Okay. Are there any members here to speak against this project? Are there any members of the public here to speak against this project? Are there any members of the public here to speak against this project? Are there any members of the public that would like to be heard on this project? Are there any members of the public that would like to be heard on this project? Are there any members of the public that would like to be heard on this project? Okay, hearing none. Councilman Sinapi, I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing. Second by Councilman Lattiser and Councilwoman Travis. So now we're back to the full council here. Are there any additional questions or all in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions. Okay. Are there any additional questions or comments from members of the council at this time? Okay, hearing none. Councilman Sinapi. Councilman moves favorable action, second by Councilwoman Travis, Councilman Lattiser, Councilman Gephardt, Councilman Howe, Councilman McElroy, and Councilman Ricks. The motion has been made for favorable and second. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis?
Yes.
9 yes, first passage.
First passage.
Thank you.
you very much,
Good
Mr. Resnick.
evening.
Have a good evening. Okay. Thank you very much. Next up, again, we're kind of moving around here. I asked my colleagues for us to take up PCO 17-23. This is an ordinance amending section 2132 of the Warwick City Code of Ordinances. This was favorable to the floor with public comment. So I'd like to take this item up at this time. Is there any objections to hearing PCO 17-23 at this time? All right, there's no objections, so we will move forward. Councilman Howe, if you could open this, we'll get a second and then we'll start the process.
Open the discussion.
Yes, so we just need a recommendation. If you could move favorable, we'll get a second and then we will open discussion.
Clear, thank you. Move favorable action on PCO 17-23.
Second by Councilman Foley. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I believe the administration is going to present PCO 17-23.
I have some handouts, just a one-page thing for me to walk through the ordinance with you. If this. And the public, so I think we got enough. I'll just give some introductory remarks before you get the document. As you know, that this was something that was included in the budget. We had a fair amount of discussion on it at this time. Now, this ordinance goes along to execute the financial plan, part of the financial plan of the city. And this mimics, the ordinance mimics the presentation that Joe Newton, our actuary, presented to the council in March. And the city struggled for many years to deal with financing or other post-employment benefits liability. And I started talking with the actuary really a couple of years about it, and he did some work, he kicked some tires. We talked about it back and forth about how we could really start to do something without without creating a financial burden on an annual operating year budget that would be insurmountable. So he came and made his presentation with a big PowerPoint presentation. Now, this ordinance does two things. Section 1, it amends the 40-year plan that was, I think, enacted in 1996 for financing the Fire and Police 1 fire plan. We're 27 years into it. We've been successful. There's over $70 million in the fund. And he made a presentation that shows we now have a declining beneficiary pool, and that we can now use a modified pay-as-you-go approach. There will remain resources to pay out the pensions for all the beneficiaries, $395 now, 10 years from now down to $300. We have this declining pool. So the first section 1 of the ordinance changes the funding plan. The actuary prepared most of this. The second part of it, and this year, current year that we're in right now, we're spending $20.6 million to fund the Fire and Police 1 plan. It would go up to $21.7 million next year if we stuck with the funding plan. With this modified plan, the amount is $19.1 million. Now, the second part of the ordinance, section 2, executes the plan that he presented to you. And the plan goes like this. And now you can look at your the handout that I gave you, and if you refer to each section of the ordinance, the numbers in the ordinance are the same numbers in the columns. So the first thing is, let me get to the right page here, is to determine the section 1 of A1 of section 2. Determine the total employer pension contributions and OPEB claims in the prior year, and refers to the ordinances. So if you look at column 1, and I've done fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 25. Fiscal year 24, the 23 base was those 4 pension plans plus the OPEB claims of 13.1 million. That's 52.5 million. Then he indexes it, it's indexed by 2.5%. That was part of the focus. Let's keep our total costs at a moderate level, a level below the tax cap that we have, etc. So that's 53.8 million. Then in fiscal year 24, and this is what we budgeted, was included in the budget enacted by the council, 8.5 million for municipal plan, 5.9 for police 2, 5.2 for fire 2, 19.1 million for fire and police 1, which is what's changed in the section 1 of the ordinance, and then estimated OPEB claims of 14 million. That comes to 52.7 million, which is 1.1 million less than a 2.5 increase. So we've added that 1.1 million, it's 1,060,000, is the amount that was appropriated to the OPEB trust in the budget that was enacted last week. Then just going to carry forward those numbers into 25, and this is what he projected. So that's the 52.7 plus the 1.1 is $53.8 million. Index that by 2.5%, that's 55.1. Then he prepared what he projects each of the pension funds to cost us based upon section 1 of the ordinance and continuing his annual study. That gets you to 54.4 million, which is $700,000 less than a 2.5% growth. So he's saying next year, fiscal year 25, the appropriation for OPEB claims would be 700,000. Now, let me just say something. The first year is the numbers that they came up with in their actuarial studies. They'll be doing another actuarial study as of June 30th. If, for example, we had bad experience, and the different kinds of experience can affect what his study will show. We had too many retirements, more than he thought we were going to have, or what you would, based on probability. You could have fewer deaths, you could have more deaths, or you could have bad investment earnings. And the investment earnings, he averages over a 5-year period. I think we're probably right in the ballpark on all of those things. We had a wonderful year in 21. We had unbelievable investment returns, but we had a lot of retirements, and he was scratching his head. And I think it went back to some of the layoffs that occurred. This past year, we had bad investment experience, but very few retirements. So things kind of balanced each other out. But if we had a bad year, for example, these numbers might change on his actuarial study. But the ordinance is very clear. If you don't have anything left after the 2.5%, there's no contribution to the OPEB trust. On the other hand, if our performance was better than expected, there might be a bigger range. It might be more than $700,000. But that's the long and the short of it. And I said to you during the budget hearings, the black mark on our financial statements is not having done anything to address our OPEB liability. So this is a beginning. I can tell you, our financial advisor, I was going over this with him, this is good news. This is the kind of thing we want to give Standard & Poor's. This is the kind of thing, who knows what we're going to do on the school bonds. But whatever happens, you want to be, and whether we do that or we do some other things that we have some opportunities to do from previous authorizations, you want to be in as good a financial position and showing good news that you're making an effort to resolve a problem that's been identified for many years. This is going to take a long time. I don't have an end date for you. It will increase. If you remember Joe's study, we have a minor cliff in 28 on the municipal plan. So there should be more resources then. We won't be putting much money in. And by the way, you remember from the budget, to jumpstart this, we're also pledging $2 million of our medical reserves. So the total would be approximately $3 million. And that will allow us to meet the accounting test, to be able to disclose in our financial statements that we have a plan in place for funding the OPEB liability. So that's my basic summary. I'm ready for any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Director Schaefer. I support this plan. I think this is a good plan. As the director said, this is a long-term plan. This is something that needs to be addressed. We've all been talking about it for years and years about these benefits and these payments that we need to start making. The actuary came to us. We had a presentation here at the council meeting. I met with him a number of times, along with Peter and the mayor. And the actuary came up with this, and I think this is a really good plan. I think this is going to get us on a good path. Just like the previous council 30 years ago and the previous mayor 30 years ago, when they came up with this 40-year plan for this particular pension, they put us on a good path that gave us options today. We are going to be putting, if this ordinance, which I will be supporting, moves forward, we will be putting the city and future councils and future mayors in a better path because of the actions that we are taking today. Nothing is going to turn around tomorrow. These benefits are for people long term. I think a very important thing to point out is that there's there's no one in police and fire, one still working for the city of Warwick. So there's one individual. So we're not taking away any benefits. We are not taking away any payments. This long-term plan that was put in place by a previous council 30 plus years ago made sure that we took care of that and gave us these options. So I know Mr. Schaefer gave a lot of numbers. We had that presentation, but the actuary who's an expert in this, we asked him to come up with an idea, come up with a plan of how we can address this, and it can only benefit us. As Mr. Schaefer said, the bond, when we're going out to look for bonds, whatever type of bonds we're looking for, they're always asking about this. What are you doing with that? So this is a good way to show that we are addressing that. The actuary is an expert in this field. He is not just the city of Warwick's actuary. He's the state of Rhode Island. He's out of Texas. He's done this. He knows what he was talking about. And this is going to put the future of Warwick on a better path. It's going to put future mayors in a better position, future council people, and future residents in a better position. And I think that's something that we could all take pride in, that we are addressing this issue. Nothing is perfect. There's going to be changes along the way. There's going to be different formulas. Some years it's going to be more. Some years it's going to be less. But I think this is a really good start, and it's a really good way to start this process. So those are my comments at this time. Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Like you, I'll be supporting this ordinance, and I want to thank Director Schaefer for working with the actuary. And let me say this too. I know that there's always seems to be from council people in the past and also speakers about bringing up other issues, maybe moving possible schools and bonds. This actuary's number one job is not to sit there and take all the city's information and say, well, you guys really should look at maybe picking up garbage one less day. That'll save your money. His job is to look at our pension system. His job is to look purely for the investment of our pension system. So if someone meets with a financial planner, that's his job. It is not his job to analyze any future bonds we have. That's our job. His job is to analyze and put us on the best path for our pensions, and now, of course, for the OPEB. And as you said, Mr. President, something that's very keen and very important. As you know, as everyone knows, when we look at bonds for getting things done, like the bonds we did to install the LEDs, the bonds we did for the pave the roads, any plan we come up with, whether it be the fleet services, anything, the financial industries look at what we do for the future. And we got some real great bond numbers because we're in good, stable financial placement. I know some people don't want to hear it. Some people don't like to hear it. Some people refuse to hear it. But we are on a good path financially, and especially when it comes to our responsibility to our employees who gave us the time of service and the years of service and earns that pension. So thank you again, and thank you, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you. I do want to ask if the members of the Finance Committee, since you were nice enough to move this, if you have any questions to go first, Councilman Gephardt.
I mean, I would concur with what the speaker said and what the director had to say. This is my third year on the council, and from the time I was following this previous to that, and from the time I've been in this room, this is the hot topic, the biggest liability the city has, and the one that simply was not being addressed in any way, shape, or form. And I think it is appreciated that the administration's put in the time to think this through, work with the experts, come up with a scheme to start to fund this. And I support this overall. So thank you.
Councilman Foley.
Thank you. I will be supporting this also. I do have a question of Peter. My understanding is with the fire pension 1, Once all the retirees who are collecting from that fund pass, any balance in that fund is,
What we'll be doing here is, he'll be doing a study on that plan under the amended ordinance that we have here. So each study will pick up on that, what's happened to the growth in the pensions, and some of them get indexed more than 3% in this older plan.
I understand that. So the question I'm asking is, at the end, all the retirees who are collecting from that fund have passed. There are no people to collect from the fund, and there's a balance in that fund. What happens to that balance?
Well, look, I'm getting at that question though, because the actuary is going to be doing a study every year. So if he's finding that they're living longer or less than his assumptions were, then that's going to change our contribution. The idea is that 40 years from now, when we're getting to that, or even 50 years, and it'll go down that long, because you have spouses sometimes that are much younger, that he will amend his guidance to us over a long period of time as to what the right contribution is. So theoretically, when you get to that last person, there's going to be virtually no money left. That's the idea behind it. I just want to say one other thing, Council President, if that's all right. One thing I didn't mention in my notes. The other thing that you're doing here, you're not only thinking about the city, you're also thinking about the beneficiaries. And we put no money away for this. We've worked hard at that with our pension plans, which have a higher priority in the accounting standard. But we put no money away for this. This is also not only for the city, it's for the beneficiaries as well.
Thank you, Director. Very important point. Councilman Ricks.
So I have some general comments, but before I get to those, I want to hone in on the formula here. This is in the second section of the legislation. So Section 2, specifically the formula under what would be the ordinance section 60-500, employer contributions. So under subsection A, it provides a formula where you take the amounts calculated in subsection A1, which is basically what the city had spent the previous year between all of its employer pension contributions and OPEB contributions. And then you take that and let's see, then from that, you subtract the amount calculated under subsection A3, which is the projection of what's anticipated to be spent the coming year. And that's not the end of the formula, but it's my understanding that generally we would expect that year after year, the anticipated costs would generally be going up, not down. So we're ending up with a negative number on that, right?
Well, first of all, you increase it by 2.5%. That's from that base.
That's
you
the
increase
next
it by
step.
2.5%. Then you take the difference. You're right. But this really comes about because of lower fire and police one contributions over a long period of time, because mortality, because of good performance on this plan over the last 27 years. So over the last 10 years, over the benchmark that we've been using, like 7.7% it's been earning. Most recent few years haven't been as good, but over the last 5 years, but still close to the benchmark, which is 6.9%. So what you see is a long-term cost reduction in fire and police one, which is because it wasn't funded to start with, is far greater than any of the other plans. So
Yeah, I'm understanding that, and that for the time being, I don't want to jump to step 2 on the formula. I want to stick with step 1 for the moment before we add the 2.5%, because it's important with step one that we get to a negative number in order to see more than a 2.5% increase in funding, at least required funding under the ordinance, because then the following step is where there's the 2.5% increase. But if we don't end up with a negative number in the first place, then the way that the formula is set up, or at least a sufficiently negative number to be greater than that 2.5% increase, then there wouldn't be the requirement to contribute to OPEB under this formula. So even though for the last few decades, the trend has been that the overall obligations of the city regarding pensions and OPEB combined have been steadily increasing every single year, because there would be a change to the 40-year plan under this legislation, where the pay-as-you-go would cause the police and Fire One pensions, the contributions to that, to decrease instead of increase. My concern is that the past trends may not necessarily predict future trends for every single year in the future, given that the formula under this proposed legislation would involve averaging the last 5 year of investment returns, as well as averaging, well, rather not averaging, the anticipated retirements or the retirements and the like in the previous year, but rather anticipating those numbers or basing them on just the prior year. So what I'm getting at is that by adding so many factors into that formula, it's introducing some potential unanticipated risks of years that the city could and should be contributing, say, millions of dollars into OPEB contributions, setting up a system where it's possible that there may be, say, a pattern where the city is required to introduce several $1 million of funding into OPEB, and then a year of zero, and then jump back to several $1 million the following year because of statistical variations and the stock market. For instance, that year of 2021, where the stock market jumped over 30%. So adding factors like that into the investments complicate this formula far more than they need to be, compared to a more simple formula where we simply take whatever the OPEB contribution is from the previous year and add 2.5% to it, as well as adding, let's see, there was another amount under, increasing OPEB funding every single year based on the increase in claims the previous year. So that delta, and then adding on top of that the 2.5% increase, because once we introduce the stock market into it, we can introduce some wild swings that could cause the required contribution to increase or decrease in a way that would be perhaps encourage not the best investment practices of the city in terms of consistency. We really don't want to see a situation where the city is given an excuse to not make a contribution to OPEB just because the stock market had a couple of good years. So my other comment goes back to more of the general concerns that I had brought up and ties back into this. So I am all for funding both the Fire and Police One pensions along with the severely underfunded OPEB liabilities. All for it. But while this is a good plan insofar as it's finally a plan where OPEB would actually get some funding, as opposed to the very minimal amounts of funding that it's received in the past, this would set up substantial funding, and that's excellent. And I commend the administration for actually putting forth a plan that would put significant amounts of funding into this massively underfunded long-term liability. But my chief concern here with how this is being done is that it coincidentally means that for the first 3 years, the city is actually going to be putting less money into funding these priorities. Over the next 3 years, about $6 million less money. And so, because I believe that the Fire and Police 1 pensions should be funded, and I think it would be more ideal to continue on the path set forth in the 40-year plan that was passed back in 1995 and see that through to its finish. And I would want to see the overall combined contributions to OPEB and the pensions increase over the next 3 years. That is, increase or at least stay the same as those total contributions would have been under the 40-year plan, as opposed to a total of about $6 million less going into those funds over the next 3 years. That's why I can't support this current legislation. Thank you.
Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. So you all heard my concerns and my comments about this item during the recent budget hearings, and I have not changed my mind on that. We know that over the last 20 years, we have not averaged the benchmark that the city has been put forth. We also know that that 40-year plan that was put in place in the early 80s has been working exactly the way it was designed to work. We know that the cost of healthcare is going to continue to rise. There's nothing coming down with the cost of healthcare. And I also believe that as a result of the past couple of few years with COVID, just that alone is going to see an increase in the cost of healthcare. But yet we're talking about taking $2 million out of healthcare that's working, at least financially, correct at this point in time. We talk about the actuary and what the city actuary has suggested that we do, and the recommendations from him. Now, to his defense, he was never asked to take into consideration any future expenses, liabilities, bonds, roads, shortfalls, overtures, excessive overtime, etc. I don't know any financial planner that would give me guidance for my financial future without considering my spending habits, my income, my potential for lost income, increased expenses, etc. And I know certainly I wouldn't hire a financial planner that didn't take all of those things into consideration, because they certainly play a significant role in what I can afford to pay or what I can't afford to pay. And it's my belief that you can't take from Peter to pay Paul. That has never worked. Because when you take from Peter to pay Paul, Peter never gets paid back. I am very concerned about the future costs to the taxpayers. What we have is out of control costs. That's what we have. Out of control costs. We talk about where things could be in 20 years from now, 25 years from now. What we need to talk about is eliminating free lifetime health care for new hires, and let's see what happens to that in 20 years. Just take a look at the cost per year right now for more retirees than we have active employees, and growing. We've been hearing for the last couple of weeks, particularly in the budget hearings, about not only new hires, but we've also heard about the potential for all of the additional retirees. So that Peter to pay Paul thing continues to grow. And I know in the business world, the private sector, when the day comes that a business entity is paying more for the people that are not working than they're paying for the people that are working, they're heading for a lot of trouble. So for those reasons, in addition to the other reasons that I spoke to at the budget hearings, I will not be supporting this. I do not think it's the answer to solving the problem. The answer to solving the problem in the big picture is to start cutting the costs, stop cutting the spending. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any additional questions from members of the council who haven't got a chance to speak yet? Councilman Gephardt.
Director, is there something in this ordinance, am I missing it, that says that the city is prohibited in some way from contributing more should we have an abundance of money available?
No, there's if you look at the very last part of section 2, the B, nothing shall prohibit the city from making additional appropriations in any year to the trust from other sources without impacting future requirements under this section. So there are opportunities to contribute more than the formula requires.
Nothing shall prohibit the city from making additional appropriations in any year to the trust from other sources without impacting future requirements under this section. So, in other words, the formula, maybe it's complicated, maybe it's not. Municipal finance is complicated. Gives us a guideline for this sort of shifting in priority from a pretty well-funded pension plan to a completely unfunded OPEB plan. And should more monies be available, we could then increase that contribution as we see fit.
Yes, and that really applies in this first year because we're using $2 million from our medical insurance reserves to meet the accounting threshold to show we have a plan in place. None of the other projections by Mr. Newton or anything that I've done showed anything more than the formula requirements thereafter.
Okay, got it. Well, I think that's helpful, and maybe will help others with some of the questions they had, but that's all I have. Thank you.
Councilman Ricks.
Thank you, President. Through the chair to address Councilman Gebhardt's points. I also saw that in the ordinance, and I think that it is very important that it is there. However, to speak to patterns here, practically, if the administration, the city administration, comes to us a 0% tax increase, or otherwise a relatively small tax increase. It's very difficult for members of the city council to tell the administration that they in fact need more money than they say that they need. I think that we've all seen that in recent years. And I think that all of us on this city council are, of course, concerned about structural debt, structural deficits this year and into the future. But in order to prevent drawdowns from the fund balance, which drawdowns from the fund balance are the sorts of moves that tend to set us up for further deficits in the future, as well as impacting our bond rating in a negative manner. It's very difficult to see this council or future councils telling the administration that the administration needs more money than it says that it needs in any given year. And I would like to commend you for your actions at the budget hearing, joining me in trying to minimize that structural deficit. It's not an easy thing to do. It's always going to be difficult to focus on the structural deficit issues like that, because they're not the sorts of issues where you can, we members of the council can point to exactly what that structural deficit, what that money is actually going towards. It's a matter of keeping the city in good financial health rather than seeing something tangible, something that our constituents can really see. So my concern is that by giving the city a great deal of flexibility in certain potential future years, where the city can potentially say that, seize upon an opportunity to avoid raising taxes by a certain amount, because it appears that the city can meet its annual required contribution without having to raise taxes. It sets us up in a position such as something we're actually seeing right now, where we had 4 out of 5 years with a 0% tax increase. And then here we are this year with a $7 million drawdown from the fund balance. And at the same time that we're drawing down $7 million from the fund balance, we're also using ARPA funds to pay for paving above $80,000. And we're also relying on...
Councilman, I just want to ring you in here. Do you have any additional questions on this?
I'll
Given
wrap
a lot
up.
of what ifs, but do you have any additional questions?
I'll go ahead and wrap up. So I would suggest that a simpler formula that simply requires that the annual required contribution toward OPEB increase every single year and not allow for fluctuations will help the city manage its structural deficits in the future, make sure that we avoid positions like we are now, because it's always easy to look at the short term. It's much harder to look at the long term. And here, the definition of this is funding our long-term liabilities. The decision to fund long-term liabilities is always done in the immediate short term. It's done every single year. We need to bind ourselves to a long-term plan. And that's also coincidentally why I prefer sticking with the 40-year plan, seeing that through. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any members of the public that would like to be heard on this? Yep, take your time.
I gotta say, I've been sitting here over 3 hours. I'm glad that we're finally on the subject that I came for, although the rest of the meeting was informative. I did come for this portion of the meeting. I'm a little confused. from things I've heard in the past and what I'm seeing tonight.
Excuse me, Mr. President, could we ask the speaker to identify himself?
Yes, I'm sorry. I've been here so often, I thought you knew me. I apologize. Barry Cook, 20-year resident of Ward 1, president of the Warwick Taxpayers Association. I'm a little confused over what I thought I heard in the past and what I'm hearing tonight. I thought I heard in the past that there was going to be a transfer of $5 million from the insurance reserve account to the OPEB trust fund. Was I mistaken about that?
There was never any plan to put $5 million from the, not that I ever heard of, other than I saw communication from someone who attends. these
Pardon me,
meetings
so my
quite
time
frequently.
doesn't run out. So the answer to my question is, it was never $5 million.
No.
I also thought I heard, and evidently I'm wrong again, but I thought there was a plan that would reduce the pension funding by $5 million, and that $5 million would be transferred to the trust fund. Am I wrong about that as well?
Yes.
So as the cost to fund the liabilities in the pension fund decrease, there's no plan to shift those funds into the trust fund?
The reason that there was an additional amount in this first year is because we're trying to meet an accounting threshold that shows that we have a plan in place. After this, the ordinance controls with the flexibility of putting more money in if you want to. And it's capped, basically your growth is capped at 2.5%.
So,
All pension and claims and OPEB liability.
so I came this evening after what I thought I heard at the council meetings, what I thought I heard from presentations made by someone that I respect, Bob Cushman. And I thought, and now I've been proven wrong evidently, that we were looking at about $10 million going into this fund in the near future. Now we're talking about how much going into the near future?
Well, you see that 700,000 the next year. I have the out year numbers right over here. I can get them for you, but it's modest contributions until fiscal year 28. Then we have a cliff on the municipal plan which theoretically would free up money for additional contributions.
Again, I'm not a financial wizard. I'm coming late to the game. Obviously, I misunderstood these numbers. I also understand that there's a plan or a statement or a projection that over the next 9 years, it's going to take roughly $68 million to fund this plan ongoing.
I mean, the plan that Mr. Newton, the actuary, presented to us had the 1 million, approximately 1 million this year, then $700,000 the next 2 years. Then it would increase to over $6 million when we have a cliff on the municipal plan contributions. And we have other changes that at the end of he went out to 2032. At that year, the trust contribution would be up over $10 million.
Correct.
Based upon this capped growth of all pension and OPEB liabilities of 2.5%.
So am I wrong then? I don't think I am, but I've been wrong on the first two. Am I wrong that the 9-year projection, however you get to it at the end of the 9 years, is going to cost $68 million?
I don't have the total. That's probably about right. But there's a decline of close to half of that in the municipal plan contributions beginning in 2027.
So again, just to make sure I understand
The
this.
total, there may be more going into OPEB, but there will be less going into the city pension plans.
So I guess I understand the answer to be that it could very well be $68 million at the end of the 9-year period.
That would be correct, but offset by reductions in pension plan contributions.
All right, thank you. I've heard Councilman Ricks, and I believe Councilman Lattisaw, at least on one occasion, perhaps two occasions, and another occasion this evening, discussion of the 40-year plan, which I believe was established in 1996, and we're into our 26th or 27th year in that plan. Councilman Ricks, again, this evening pointed out, and I think that you even mentioned it, that the 40-year plan has been working well, and we're now into our 26th or 27th year. And I also have a concern that by doing what we're talking about here, we're going to impact adversely the 26-year, probably the 40-year plan. And I guess I'm right about that, unless someone wants to tell me I'm wrong. But I guess what I'm saying is, as I see this, I'm very curious as to how this came up in this, I'll call it legislative session, call it what you like. I'm curious as to how this has come now when we've been talking about it, from what I understand, 6 or 7 or 8 years, and now we're bringing it forward as a plan. Now, what concerns me is that the affordability of this proposal in the long run, I'm a 76-year-old man still working to pay my bills, help my grandchildren. I don't see my employment coming to an end until I can't work anymore. But what I'm concerned about is that we're talking about $68 million over 9 years. That doesn't take into consideration the 4% growth or what it might be in terms of the overall city expenses. There's got to be a growth factor. So 68 million, the ongoing expenses that occur normally. I don't know if we're going to build schools or not, but the schools are coming up at some point in time. We don't know what those costs are. I know what's been discussed. And I also have a feeling as to how that's going to impact our situation. If a taxpayer, all these things added up, get to the point where it's going to be unaffordable to live in Warwick. I've only been there 20 years, but in the 20 years that I've been here, I must say that I don't see any light at the end of the tunnel as it relates to people in my age group. I don't want to speak about people who are still working. That's their issue. They're still working. They're still earning. They have potential to earn more money. People in my age group and younger, 65 or so, we don't have the potential to continue earning more additional money. I live on Social Security, my pension from Citizens Bank, and the money that I work and earn during my part-time employment. So I think this plan, quite frankly, obviously I didn't have all the facts right, but I still think it's ill-conceived. I think it's poorly timed. We have a reval coming up, another reval coming up in the near future, I don't know, a year and a half, in the very near future. We're going to get impacted by the new reval. We're already impacted by this reval. We're talking about $68 million. It's coming from somebody. We're talking about all these expenses. And you know what? We don't have a revenue problem in this city. We have a spending problem in this city. So from my point of view, and the members of my association who are not here this evening, I'm sorry they're not. I wish they were. I wish it was like when I was on city council in East Providence. All you had to do was mention the school department budget, cut the band, and the room would be filled with people. Here we are talking about expenditures over the next 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 years, $350 million for schools, $68 million to fund this, a 4% growth in the budget every single year, ongoing. So I guess in the end, I just want to say this. I'm opposed to it. I know you're going to pass it anyway. I know coming here is speaking to, I don't know who I'm speaking to. I think it's ill-conceived plan. I think it's poorly timed. And I think the people in Warwick are going to find out very soon they're going to have to leave the city. And someone's going to tell me, well, Barry, you leave, someone will take your place. Now, that may be the case. But I tell you what, the elderly people, the low-income people, the people who don't have the ability to afford these types of continuing expenses are going to be forced out of this city.
You have 1 minute, Mr. Cook.
I'm hoping that Mr. Ricks's Tax Relief Commission will look at these issues. I'm going to present some ideas to you: zero-based budgeting, deferral of taxes on elderly people. I have some plans. I hope I'll be able to submit those to you.
Thank you,
I hope
Mr.
you'll
Cook.
consider them. Thank you.
Are there any other members of the public that would like to be heard on this at this time? Any other members of the public? Okay, hearing none, this has been moved favorable in its second. The clerk will call the roll for favorable action. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
No.
Yes. No.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes. At this time, thank you. At this time, I would like to go back into committees and have the ordinance committee meet, I believe that we may have some individuals here for that. So if we could do ordinance and then public safety. Thank you very much.
You are.
Pretty sure we were given that estimate. Ordinance will convene at 8:19 PM. First up, we have acceptance of minutes from the committee meeting held on May 8th. Do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next, we have PCO 13-23, an ordinance amending Section 64-4 of the City of Warwick Code of Ordinances to provide regular city pay to city employees who utilize military time. This is Councilman Howe, and it will be second passage. Councilman Howe?
Thank you, Chairman. Respectfully request second passage.
All right. Any questions or comments from members of the committee? Any questions or comments from members of the council? Council President?
Thank you. I just want to commend my colleague, Councilman Howe, for putting this forward. He did a great job identifying this issue and coming up with a great solution. So I just want to commend my colleague. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from members of the council? Any questions or comments from members of the public? All right, seeing none.
Move favorable action.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next, we have PCO 14-23, an ordinance relative to repealing the alarm review panel, transferring responsibilities to the police department, and increasing the false alarm assessment schedule. This is Councilman Gebhardt and Councilman Foley. It would be second passage. Which of you would like to speak? Or both of you, frankly, if you wish.
Yeah, I would respectfully ask for favorable action. This has the support of the police department, of the administration, and at least Councilman Foley, to my knowledge.
Any questions or comments from members of the committee? Any questions or comments from members of the council? Any questions or comments from members of the public? Seeing none, do we have a motion?
Move favorable action.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Lastly, we have PCO 7-23, an ordinance amending Chapter 24 of the City of Warwick Code of Ordinances to update and approve the City of Warwick's Harbor Management Plan. This is Councilman Lattiser on behalf of Mayor Bocosi and Councilwoman Travis. First passage. Councilman Lattiser.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like Director Kravitz to come to the podium, please.
Hi, Tom Kravitz, City Planning Director.
Oh, yes. Hi, Director. At the beginning, or I should say just before the beginning of the meeting, I had reviewed with you several of the concerns that I have with this, which were the same concerns I had when we met a couple of months ago. And in what we have in front of us now, those concerns haven't been addressed, at least in the existing language that we have. And I had asked if you would have any objection if we held this until either the next meeting in June or the first meeting or the only meeting in July to get clarification on the language and the concerns that I have, and you had indicated that you did not see a problem with that.
I did, but I have two of my staff here from the department. They've been here the whole night, so I'd like to acknowledge them. Sean Henry,
Okay.
Sue Cabeceras. They worked on this. And so if I guess I could just look to them and ask if we could wait till the next meeting, you said?
Please, the next meeting would be fine. I think that should give us enough time to get together and chat about it.
Sean is saying that's fine, so let's do that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, that would respectfully go to your committee as a recommendation from me.
What?
So that'd be June 26th.
Yeah, I believe so.
So a request of the sponsor to hold the item until June 26th, and the administration appears amicable to that. So do we have a motion?
Move to hold June 26th.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you, Director, and also Sean as well. Thank you.
That appears to conclude ordinance at 8:23 PM.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next up is public safety. And if I could ask the chairman of public safety, if you could do the claims first. I believe there's some people here that have been waiting for the claims. So I don't know what order you have it on your agenda, but if you could do them first, I think they would appreciate that.
Good evening. The Public Safety, can you have a pen? May I borrow that for a moment? Public Safety Committee meeting, Council Order 824. First order is acceptance of minutes from May 8th. Do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Before I move to the consent calendar or the other ones, I'm aware that there are people in the audience, and I know you've been waiting. Is there anyone here to speak on a claim? Please raise your hand. Okay, if, Sergeant, could you get the names for me? And I'm going to move theirs to the first. Louder, please. All right. And Rose? Okay. So if my colleagues do not mind, I'm going to move these around a little bit. So the first one we're going to deal with will be Rose Russo claim. That was held, that is PCR. So the first item is PCR 55-23, Rose Russo claim. That was recommended deny. That was held from last meeting. Any members of the committee would like to speak before we hear from Rose? Any members of the council would like to speak before we hear from Rose?
Still trying to find it.
Is it, Rose, please, would you identify yourself and then
Yes, my
speak
name
to
is-
this?
My name is Rose Russo, and I'm here to speak to you about a tire that was blown out when I hit a pothole. It was more like a crater, and it resulted in a bubble on the side of my tire, which I needed to replace. The tire was only 7 months old, and this happened on Diamond Hill as I was traveling from Centerville Road towards, there's only one way to go from Centerville Road on Diamond Hill. The rim was damaged too, but I know there's nothing you can do about that. It did not need replacement. The tire did. Do you have any questions?
Did you submit documentation of the damage, like,
The repair, I have the repair receipt. I have my statement. I don't know what you need or if you have that.
and I'm asking, was there a police report filed by you?
No, no. And it's been repaired since. Understandably, it was terrible. It was a terrible hole. And I didn't report it immediately because I didn't know that this existed, this council existed.
All right, thank you. Any comments? Yes, questions? Councilman Ricks.
Quick question. How did you find out that you should report it to the city to try to get reimbursement?
Through others that have filed claims. That's how I found out.
Oh, I'm sorry, if you could speak directly in the mic.
Yeah,
Through others that have filed claims successfully.
Okay. Yeah, and if you had known about the procedure earlier, you would have filed earlier?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and you got the work done. Let's see. Well, I see that the date of the accident was February 8th.
Approximately, yes.
Mhm. And let's see. About how quickly after the accident did you get the repair done?
Well, the receipt reads February 15th.
Mhm. Okay. Yeah, and I do see the estimates. It's a bit tricky because state law actually provides that we can reimburse up to $300 for pothole damage under certain circumstances if it's reported within 7 days.
I read that.
Yeah. So let's see. You hadn't reported it to the city informally or otherwise within a week or so. The first time that you reported it to the city was, let's see.
March 24th.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. I'd like to defer to the chair.
All right. Miss, is it Russo?
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to ask the council solicitor. We have had discussions before, sir. There is discretion. This committee, this chair has discretion. The timing is not an absolute. Am I correct on that?
As has been dealt with throughout the COVID pandemic, it was guided to relax certain explicit timelines to provide reasonable accommodations during the pandemic, and that has been the practice of the council. It would be advisable at a certain time to give some predictability to when that accommodation may end, but in the meantime, we've received these old claims, and therefore I would say you have some discretion here to have some latitude on the timeliness.
Based on that, I thank you for coming out for two reasons. Thank you for coming out tonight. Thank you for staying with us to this point. As you saw, we had a lot of business in front of us. The president has done a great job in moving us forward as quickly as possible while still being diligent. The chair is making a motion to, yes. I asked once already. Do you have a question now of Ms. Russo or? Go ahead, sir.
So I'm looking at the the invoice from Sullivan Tire. And I'm not sure what this
I submitted
all
two.
means. Excuse me?
One moment. Thank you. If I need clarification,
So
thank you.
the second invoice that I'm looking at in this package is dated July 22nd, 2022.
Yes, in her statement, when
Yeah.
I read it, she states that the tires were relatively new, and I think that's what that was for, that these were.
Okay, so that was the cost of the
recent.
tires then. Got it. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, sir?
No, just what Councilman Ricks pointed out, that this is about filed some 5 or 6 weeks beyond the deadline, right? Thank you.
Thank you. Despite the concerns raised, the chair is making a motion for favorable action. Rose, just so you understand, we go with the low estimate, even though it might have cost you exactly two. I'm just explaining to you, you've been so patient. I want to make sure I'm clear to you and the council
you.
is clear. I'm looking for I am making a motion for favorable action in the amount of $156.99.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Rose, just so you understand the process, because this was held, this is a separate vote, it'll come to the full floor and be voted on again, just so you're aware. You may leave if you like, you won't be able to speak again, but I wanted you to understand the process.
All right.
Okay, so right now, the committee has voted to reimburse you in that amount.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you. Thank you for your time.
What is the process at this point? Do I go home or
Well, you can wait till we vote on it as a full
I'll wait?
council, or you can leave. That's your choice.
Thank you.
Completely.
Mr. Chairman,
Where are we?
please just open it up to any other questions
Oh, I'm sorry.
from the public.
Any questions?
If not, we
before
can-
we take the vote, we're going to go back a step. Any other questions from the public?
Also, we can proceed. The vote stands.
I'm sorry, Mr. Walsh, I can't hear you that well. I'm sorry.
I just wanted to make sure there was no other people here. The vote can stand. You don't have to revote.
Okay.
They're
Are
good.
there any other people to speak on this claim? All right. We're getting to you. All right, we're going to take the other two that were held. We're looking at PCR 53-23. That recommendation was to deny. Is there anyone here to speak on the Roberto Cunha? I thought that was. Wait, it's true. Yeah, I know. I want to get this out. I'm just taking care of housekeeping. Are there any members of the committee that would like to speak on that? Any members of the council? Hearing none, do we have a motion? Huh? No, on the CUNA one, it was recommended to deny, and we have no new evidence.
I make the motion to deny.
Second, all in favor of denial?
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
2-1. I'm sorry, thank you for helping me so much tonight. Any other questions from the public? Any questions or comments from the public on the claim PCR 5323? Seeing none. The next one is PCR 5423, Julie Lena claim. Thank you. Before you, if you could, let me just get that paperwork. Thank you. And
Good
could you
evening.
identify yourself and then
Yep.
speak?
Good evening. My name is Julia Lena. I had filed a claim back in March. I had hit a pothole that had dented my rim and blew out my tire, as well as I had to get some realignment done off of Jefferson Boulevard. I was leaving work late one night. I used to work off of Access Road for Electric Boat. for the offsite training. It was one of those days where it was that weird rain, icy night. I'm sure you guys might all remember we had a weird one that day. I had a car right to the left of me. I had the car behind me. It was dark out. I hate driving at night. Once I saw that pothole come up, it was very dark because it was full of water. I didn't have time to slam on my brakes or even try to swerve out of the way because there was too many people around me. I had pulled over. I did not report it to the police. I had called my boyfriend. He knows how to change a tire. So he had changed my tire right then and there. I actually went back to the area that next day to try to take a picture of the pothole for evidence. And at the time, I couldn't get out of work early enough. It was around 6 o'clock, and the pothole was filled up with a cone right next to it as well. I do have those pictures of that same timestamp. And then someone had mentioned to me to report a claim about it. I've never had a flat tire. I didn't know what I was doing, so I reported the claim to the city.
You say you do have pictures.
Yeah, I have a picture of the covered pothole.
All right. Any questions from the committee? Councilman Ricks?
Do you happen to have the picture on your phone?
Yes.
And do you have your phone with you?
Yes.
If I could impose on our Sergeant of Arms to take a look at the picture, and if you could open up the properties or details tab so that it can show the date that the picture was taken.
It has the time. If you just don't tap it, it has the location and the time stamped right on there. So that was a problem. It was right next to.
Councilman Ricks, I'll let you be the eyes for me. Is that all right with you?
Certainly. And
pictures, he
just
has the
as
pictures for
Ms. Lena
We're
stated,
good, Sergeant.
I saw it with my own eyes. Picture of a pothole on March 15th, which would be the day after the date of incident as reported on the form. I see that the form was signed on March 21st, and I see that there was an affidavit which is also signed and submitted on March 21st. So that is within the 7 days. I'll also say that the reason that I voted to approve Ms. Russo's claim is because I personally think that while the statute provides for a period of 7 days, that statute does not necessarily bind the city to prevent it from issuing payments to claimants where I feel that justice requires it. While the statute might bind us in terms of the limit of $300, I draw a distinction there, especially during the COVID pandemic, but honestly, beyond that as well, because I see part of our function here on the city council is a matter of trying to do the right thing by people who are traveling on our roads. So based on the evidence in front of us, I find Ms. Lena to be credible when it comes to that there was a pothole on that day before. Very few people, aside from perhaps us on the city council, go around taking pictures of potholes unless they have a good reason to. And there we have, just as she stated, a picture of a pothole on her phone the very day after she states that the accident happened, all very consistent with exactly what she stated. That is a very large patch right there. So for those reasons, and based on her turning in the invoice and the estimates, which combined are in excess of the $300, and we will, of course, first allow for more questions and comments, but based on that, it's my opinion that it would be appropriate to pay the maximum allowed of the $300.
Thank you. Any other comments from members of the council? Any comments from members of the public? Any comments from members of the public? As the chair, I am going to make give me one second. Lena?
Lena.
Ms. Lena, I don't know if you heard when I was talking to Rose, Miss Russo, I'm sorry, excuse me. We go with the low estimate, and that is 136.45. So that's
fine.
what the award will
I
be.
just wanted to present everything that
And
was
again,
given to me.
I apologize, and I apologize only because the council took so long to get to you. But as you saw, the council had a lot of business in front of us tonight.
Thought you
Thank
guys
you for your
forgot about me.
patience. Thank you for coming out. So the chair is making a motion.
Oh, Chairman, if I may,
I'm
a
sorry.
quick point of order. It appears that there are 2 sets of invoices and 2 sets of estimates. One set of 3 relating to the tire and 1 set of 3 relating to the rim. And if the low tire estimate is combined with a low rim estimate, it's still a little bit north of $300.
So are you making a motion, sir?
I would make a motion, favorable action in the amount of $300.
Do we have a second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Again, as I explained, the committee has now voted in favor. This will come to the floor, and you may stay if you'd like. Thank you again for your time. It's much appreciated. All right, moving on. Acceptance of minutes from the meeting on May 8th. Motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, the first new claim in front of us tonight is from Leah De Leon. I have it. I know I do. Here we go. And the recommendation is to deny what we have been doing and our due process is to hold that till the next meeting. Do I have a motion to hold?
Move to hold to June 26.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Oh, I'm sorry, yes. PCR? $63.23. Thank you. I'm gonna hold on to this now. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. It was my birthday Saturday. Second is for William. No, thank you. Thank you. William Lee. The recommendation on this is to deny, and as I've stated previously, can I have a PCR, please? $64.23, and do I have a motion to hold?
Move to hold June 26.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next, Brenda Sakosha. And this has a recommendation to deny. So PCR 65.23. Is that correct? How do I must have grabbed somebody else's. Am I waiting for?
Mr. Chairman, it being the last item on the PCR, it can remain in its existence as PCR 6023. So the claim of item number 3, Brenda Sakosio, will now be PCR 6023.
What number?
60.
Thank you. So the Sakosha claim is PCR 60-23. Do we have a motion to hold?
Move to hold June 26.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. I believe that ends the public safety at 8:47. Turn that off.
That concludes all committees. We'll be back in full council in a moment.
Good evening again. We are now back into the full council meeting. If you're following us, we have done general communications, executive communications, acceptance of the minutes. We have also done announcements of appointments and appointments requiring confirmation. So now we're on number 2, which is the consent calendar, PCR 59-23, committee report, finance.
Favorable action.
For action, Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Foley. Go ahead, Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. PCR 59-23, bid 2023-458, bid 2024-053, 2024-049, 2023-459, 2024-034 Alpha, 2024-040, 2024-051, 2024-032. Correction, Mr. President, 2024-034 Alpha. Remove that from the consent, please. I apologize. 2024-032, 2020-162, 2023-436, 2024-048, 2024-056, 2023-052, 2023-440, 2024-052, 2024-050, 2022-074, 2024-041, 2023-457, 2023-431, 2024-034 Bravo, 2024-059, 2024-058, 2024-060, 2023-036, 2023-451, 2024-037, 2024-054, 2023-463, 2024-042, 2023-430, 2024-003 Bravo, 2023-012, 2023-014, 2022-149, and 2021-093.
Thank you, Councilman Howe. Are there any questions or comments on the finance consent calendar that weren't asked earlier this evening in finance? Okay, number 2 is PCR 60-30. These were all removed and are going to be held. So we're going to take a vote on the consent calendar, which is just PCR 59-23. It's been moved in second. The clerk will call a roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe? Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 9 yes, consent passes.
Thank you. The consent calendar passes. I believe a number of items have been removed from the consent calendar. First up is bid 2024-034A, which is now PCR 61-23, committee report finance.
Favorable action.
For action, Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Foley. Go ahead, Councilman Howe.
The committee moved favorable action. It was requested as a PCR by Councilman Lattiser.
Okay. Any questions or comments? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we discussed on the floor, and I believe the deputy chief didn't have a problem with it, I would like to propose an amendment to add McKesson as a second bidder, following suit with what the police department had done. And I believe this was a request by Councilman Ricks on another one. So that would be my motion for an amendment.
Okay. Do we have a second? Second by Councilman Ricks. Any discussion on the amendment? Okay. Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll on the amendment.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis?
Yes.
9 yes to amend.
Thank you. Councilman Howe, would you like to make a motion as amended?
Move PCR 61-23 as amended.
Second by Councilman Foley and Councilman Ricks. Councilman Lattiser. Any questions or comments on this? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action as amended.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis?
Yes.
9 yes as amended.
Thank you. Motion passes as amended. The second item that was pulled off, I believe, is bid 2024-033A, which is now PCR 62-23. Committee report finance.
Favorable action.
For action, Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Foley. Councilman Ricks, do you have an amendment? Or Councilman Ladders?
I'll allow Councilman Lattiser to make this one.
Councilman Ladders.
The same thing would be to add McKesson as the second vendor, please.
Okay, do we have a second? Second
Second.
by Councilman Ricks. Any questions on the Lattiser amendment? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action on the amendment.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis?
Yes.
9 yes to amend.
Thank you. Councilman Howe,
I believe that was all, Mr. President.
move favorable as amended.
Oh, I apologize. Move favorable as amended.
Second by Councilman Foley and Councilman Lattiser. Any questions or comments that were not asked earlier? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action as amended.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt? Yes. Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis?
Yes.
9 yes as amended.
Thank you. Motion passes as amended. Next up is a claim which is PCR 63-23 that's going to be held until June 26th. The fourth item removed is now PCR 64-23. That is also going to be held until June 26th. The fifth item removed is now PCR 60-23, also to be held until June 26th. We are now moving on the agenda. We have already done PCO 15-23, so we're moving to unfinished business on the agenda this evening. First up is PCO 13-23, Committee Report Ordinance. For action, Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Lattiser, Councilwoman Travis. Any questions or comments on PCO 13-23 that were not asked earlier this evening in committee? Hearing none, the clerk will call a roll for favorable action for second passage.
Ms. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis?
Yes.
9 yes, second passage.
Thank you very much. Second passage on PCO 13-23, which is the ordinance amending Section 64-4 of the Warwick City Code of Ordinance to provide regular city pay to city employees who utilize military time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is PCO 14-23, Committee Report Ordinance. For action, Councilman Gephardt. Second by Councilman Foley and Councilman Lattiser. Any questions or comments on PCO 14-23 that were not asked earlier this evening in committee? Hearing none, the clerk will call a roll for favorable action for second passage.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis?
Yes.
9 yes, second passage.
Second passage, thank you. Number 3 this evening is PCR 24-23, which is now 2023-88. It's going to be held until June 26th. Next up is PCR 53-23, Committee Report, Public Safety.
Recommend denial of this claim.
Favorable to denial. Okay, so for action, Councilman Foley, move favorable.
Move favorable to deny.
Okay, second by Councilman Lattiser. Any questions or comments on PCR 53-23 that are not asked earlier this evening in committee? Hearing none, the clerk will call a roll for favorable action to deny.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt? Yes. Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
No.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis?
Yes.
7 yes, 8 yes, 1 no to deny.
All right, thank you. Next up is number 5 this evening, PCR 54-23, Committee Report, Public Safety.
Recommend favorable action in the amount of $300.
Okay, for action, Councilman Foley, favorable for 300.
Move favorable in the amount of $300.
Second by Councilman Howe, Councilman Ricks. Any questions or comments on this? Hearing none, the clerk will call a roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis?
Yes.
9 yes, motion passes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Number 6 this evening is PCR 55-23, Committee Report, Public Safety.
Recommend favorable action in the amount of $156.99.
Okay, for action, Councilman Foley.
Move favorable action in the amount of $156.99.
Thank you. Seconded by Councilman Ricks and Councilman Howe. Any questions or comments that were not asked earlier this evening in committee? Hearing none, the clerk will call a roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt? Yes. Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis?
Yes.
9 yes, motion passes.
Thank you. Motion passes. We're now moving to new business. First up is PCO 7-23. This is going to be held until June 26th. We've done number 2 already this evening, so now we're moving on to number 3, which is PCR 56-23, Committee Report, Public Properties. House of Hope lease.
Pardon me. Recommend favorable action.
For action, Councilman Foley.
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Howe. Any questions or comments that were not asked earlier this evening in committee? Hearing none, the clerk will call a roll for favorable action.
Mr.
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis?
Yes.
9 yes, motion passes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Ward 1, anything to docket under unanimous consent?
No.
Ward 2,
Pass.
Ward 3,
No.
Ward 4,
Pass.
Ward 5, Ward 6,
Pass.
Ward 7 passes, Ward 8, Ward 9. Councilwoman Travis.
If there be no further business of this honorable body, I move to a docket session.
All in favor of moving to docket session, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? We are now in docket session. Ward 1, anything to docket this evening?
Yes, a resolution to authorize the mayor to execute a lease extension for the Asprey Boathouse.
Public properties. Ward 2,
Pass.
Ward 3,
Pass.
Ward 4,
I have one, Mr. President. A resolution in regards to replacing the yield signs and erecting stop signs at the following locations: Estelle Boulevard at Cavalcade Boulevard, Estelle Boulevard at Omaha Boulevard, and Omaha Boulevard at Countfleet Avenue. And I have a traffic study.
public safety. Ward 5,
Pass.
Ward 6, Ward 7 passes, Ward 8, Ward 9. Thank you very much. There is no more business before us. Have a good evening, and we'll see you in a few weeks.